are so many sucros on screen right now. I didn't even think about that. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. We might be visiting a forest of some sort today. I don't think it's much of a maze. I don't know if there are mushrooms in it. I don't remember. But I guess we'll find out. Sucre, you're squatting so much slower in this window. Weird. Now this is normal speed. I took extra time to try and time up the squats to that song, because I'm silly like that. Whoops. Anyway. Hello. Welcome. It is time for Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. Last time, we did stuff such as defeat the King of the Fae, install a new King of the Fae, unleash Fae pranks on Yulmoran's soldiers, and meet Emmett Selk, everyone's favorite character. Parentheses, honestly kind of true. Close parentheses. Oh. And today, we will do things such as donate to the Doman Enclave, do more of the role quests, because I think I can do that now. Go to a forest. But though I'm not really supposed to know that yet, I guess? I don't know. I could figure that out. So, let's see. How many of these do I even need? Probably not even 4, but... yeah. The Doman Enclave can have a little bit of extra budget. Sure. That's fine. Thank you. To be honest, I never thought this day would come. Greeting. The 10,000 stalls complete. The yard complete. All the projects we planned, everything we aspired to achieve complete. On this momentous occasion, Master Araragi wished to speak with us both. If you have a moment, I should be glad if you would accompany me. All of the audio and everything should be fine, by the way, I think. Hopefully. I believe everything is at its usual setting. Alright. It is well you are here at the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Over there, you can observe our apprentices engaged in what many find to be the most fascinating part of the paper-making process. One must dip the frame in the vat and withdraw it, cast off the excess, and repeat until the sheet is formed, after which it is removed. The goal is to produce at least 1,000 per day. Once pressed, dried, and cut, these sheets will be sold as is, or fashioned into various works of art for sale. Depending on the intended use, the paper will be finished differently, of course. Our botanists are already hard at work harvesting the kozo fibers needed in sufficient quantities to keep our people busy. As well they must, for Doman paper is always in demand. Artisans in Hingashi and throughout the Far East say there is no better material for their paper craft. But it is one thing to speak of papercraft and another to see it firsthand. Come with me if you would. I think it's really cool that they're going into detail on the papercraft at all. And the lanterns are very pretty. I wonder what that's about. Pinwheels, a Blood was a love slows. It's so beautiful. There was a time when I believed that the Doma I knew as a child was forever lost, but when I look on what we have built, I see how wrong I was. There you are, Kozakura, and Master Araragi is with you. Very good. Ah, Hozan, have you word from our partners? Were they satisfied with the samples we provided? More than satisfied, sir. They increased their order by 30%. That is why I was searching for you, to deliver the good tidings. Gasp. And nod. Hear that, Ironhead? The Eorzeans are clamoring for my wares. Gloat all you want, Paper Tiger. I'll best you yet. Why the tears, child? My venom was for Araragi, not you. Sniffle sob. Pray forgive me my outburst. It's just that to see the 10,000 stalls in the yard finished and everyone's so happy. I'm so relieved. Aw. Dry your tears, child, and raise your head. Your work is far from finished. How are you to lead us if you are so easily felled by sentiment? Here, here, do not go and pat yourself on the back just yet. The Shazenkai has a duty to Doma, and much of the Enclave still wants for your attention. Our nation, our people, will rise to glory once more. You'll be with us when we do, am I right, Sukro? Nod. The yard, complete. It's okay, Kozakura. Sentiment is a very strong tank buster. The people of Doma celebrate the long-awaited completion of the yard as you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort. In what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Biodoma 2. But what's next on the list? I don't know if I ever completed the Doman Enclave restoration on my other character. This is... Ah, the Shazenkai has been upgraded, maybe. Wahaha! She likes it, she likes it! A surprise to commemorate the completion of the 10,000 stalls in the yard for the girl who made it possible. I do not mean to sound ungrateful, but to use our valuable resources to decorate my offices is long overdue, many would agree. Or were you planning to rebuild the whole of Doma save the Shazenkai? Consider too your position as the representatives of our reconstruction efforts. It would not do to receive potential patrons in a ramshackle hovel. I am sure even Sukro would eventually begin to question your judgment. Still, isn't this a little... oh, I don't know... We're not finished either. Over here, girl. I've got another surprise for you and the rest of the Shazenkai. Nod, nod. What's the surprise? Now these are garments befitting the face of the Shazenkai. Oh. Clothing. Are you sure it isn't a bit extravagant? Well, that's the point, isn't it? If you're to engage the rich and influential, you'll need to do so on their terms. Show them that Doma is no poor backwater, that they'd be wise to invest in our future. Also, several merchants mentioned to me that you lot were impossible to pick out of a crowd, so there are practical considerations too. They can't well negotiate with you if they can't even find you after all. Fair points all. Very well. If I must serve in a more public capacity for the sake of Doma, then I shall. Lord Hien has placed his trust in us to manage this monumental task, to see our people's hopes and dreams realized. We shall not fail him. Thumbs up. And various nodding, and other approving gestures. I shudder to think of where we would be without your assistance, Sukro. Your constant support has been invaluable. But our grand design for the revitalization of the Enclave is far from finished. When we have finalized our plans for the next step, I pray we can look to you once more. The Doma in our memories and in our hearts will soon be ours again. Until that blessed day, let us never give up hope. Bow. Leave it to me. Various other gestures. But that's not all, probably. Welcome back, Sucro. If you can spare a few moments, there is a matter I would like to discuss with you. Oh. I didn't notice, somehow. Sucro, just the person with whom I was hoping to speak. Hello. There have been some interesting developments in our plans for the Enclave. The Shazenkai and the residents have made a combined effort to clear away a vast amount of debris, opening up more land for us to develop. We are considering a number of different projects, such as allocating land for farming, buildings for new enterprises, and so forth. Naturally, our need for resources has never been greater. I do not speak only of material costs, but also of the labor required. In order to adequately explain our next undertaking, I must... Sorry to interrupt, but perhaps it would be best coming from me. Nod. We meet again, Warrior of Light. You may not remember me, but I was there the day you and Lady Yugiri freed me and my countrymen from Castrum Fluminis. I owe my freedom to you. You do look familiar. Though I must admit I was in something of a panic state when we first met, so much so that I neglected to thank you or give my name. I am Ihase. The Shazenkai has agreed to assist us with one of the newly opened patches of land. Like the rest of Yangsha, the Enclave is blessed with a constant supply of clean water, ideally suited to rice farming. I was practically raised in a paddy field and aim to put my experience to good use. You see, now that a lot of the basic living quarters and such are in a decent state, a few of us would like to turn our attention to cultivating crops, rice in particular. It is no exaggeration to say that it is our lifeblood. That is why I asked for permission to use the land. Nod. If you are not otherwise engaged, it would be a great honor to show you around. It is to the northwest, not far from here. Nod. Nod. Sucro does love farming. Or know about it, at least. I, for one, am in total agreement with Ihase. Prosperous harvests would be an enormous boon as we strive towards self-sufficiency. Any surplus produced would fetch a high price beyond our borders, and it would go a long way to the revival of the Enclave. Ihase and the other farmers have already started plotting out their, plots. It would mean the world to them if you paid a visit. Sucro probably doesn't know much about rice farming in particular. Right, this part. I keep expecting the next thing to be renovated to be the schools, because that's the part that I'm remembering for some reason. And that reason is because I took a picture of my old character sitting at the tiny school desks at one point, and I think I just tweeted it with like, she's learning or something like that. So I'm looking forward to making Sucro sit at a tiny desk. Because that's funny to me, I guess. Anyway, rice paddies in progress. I never thought that one day the Warrior of Light would come to see my paddy fields, and yet here you are. So may I ask what you think of the place? Seems like as good a location as any. Yes, I feel it has endless possibilities. Although it may not look like much now, once we have made a few improvements, we should soon see results. Once we'd gotten rid of the debris, we found the earth below fairly easy to till. I've also heard that before houses were built on this land, it was actually used for growing rice. It would give me a huge sense of satisfaction if the area were to come full circle and produce crops once more. The area is well suited to farming. Water naturally drains out of the fields and into the river without much intervention on our part. However, we must occasionally bring in fresh soil to replenish the nutrients. Of course, even earth of the highest quality will be of little value until we get more water flowing into the fields. Relying purely on the streams flowing down from the mountains will lead to a poor yield. We could dig a channel leading off from the one river to bring in some of its mineral-rich salt. Yes, that should work. Nod. Questioning head tilt. Oh, I do apologize. No doubt you have better things to do than listen to my ruminations on paddy field drainage. In canon, Sucro would actually be very interested by this. My workers and I do not lack for motivation, only for funding and materials. With your support, the people of the Enclave will soon be feasting on delicious homegrown rice. Leave it to me. A new chapter has begun for the reconstruction effort. Your contributions to the Shazenkai will help the Doman Enclave continue to grow. And start to grow rice, specifically. I really like the whole Doman Enclave reconstruction. It actually seems fairly easy to, like, fund it. Like, more than I expected. Because I remember always donating piles of, like, equipment. But actually it's super easy to get, like, money items that work even better. Okay, that's all for this week. Fair enough. So that's this week's episode of the Doman Enclave. Hooray. And now, let's go to the first. I think what's his name was still at right, but I'll see when I get there. I believe I've completed the objective that will lead me to being able to continue the role quest. I don't see him here though. I don't remember. I might need to use the internet. Shadowbringers role quests. Let's see. Oh, I mean, you'd think that, but it just shows the main scenario. I'm not looking for the next story quest, I'm looking for the next role quest, specifically. Because I think I have access to it. Where was I in these? I need to find Granson. I thought he would be in right. No, wait, I did that one. Is it this one? Granson should be in Ilmeg, apparently? Or maybe I need to go... Oh, he should be in Mordsuk, I think, actually. Right. Ilmeg is where we have to go. But Mordsuk is where we were last time. I forgot. Yeah, there he is. There's also a few, like, blue unlocking things quests in the Crystarium, and I'm not entirely sure what those are, but I'll at least look at those after I'm done with the role quests that I can do. So it'll be a little while before we actually get to the main story. What's up, Granson? The princess and her knight. Hey there, sinner. I broke the bad news to the widow of that scavenger while you were away. Right, someone was transformed into a sin eater before our eyes last time. She took it about as well as you'd expect. After she cried herself hoarse, I started asking her about the choker and where her husband had got it. Right. So, last time on Corgi, Bark. Last time on the role quest, we were tracking down pieces of jewelry that this particular Sin Eater seems very interested in finding. He's got 2 of them. This particular Sin Eater being formerly known as Brandon. but also known as, I'm sure we'll see the name again of what the Sin Eater is called these days, but I don't remember it. It was like Decalasine or something like that? I don't know. There was an Osine in there. It started with a D, I think. Seems he and his mates took a trip to Ilmeg a year or so back, hoping to cart off all the Verbertite treasures they could carry from an untouched ruin they'd learned about. Of course, in their greed, they neglected to account for the Fey folk, who killed or drove mad most of them. So many people neglect to account for the Fey folk for some reason. You'd think they would, like... You think people would account for the Fey folk by now. Those who had survived didn't come away empty-handed, though. In fact, they'd stumbled upon a remarkable find, 3 sacred treasures of the royal family. They escaped with 2. I mean, people forget about the Fey enough that you think, like, word would spread that this is the Fey zone. Also, that is true, the Fey would probably make people forget about the Fey. I don't know. He escaped with 2, the Fangs of Orthus being one of them, which was sold by another scavenger to Yulmorin. Either that merchant you met at the Beehive or an agent of his, I'd wager. So the merchant gives it over to Melinda for restoration, after which... Decalasine. I was very close, unless I said that. I think I just messed up one letter. Attack's right, presumably because he's after it as well. Meanwhile, the scavenger here in Mordsuk keeps the choker, the eyes of Orthus, locked away for safekeeping, and when he finally decides to sell it, the sinless bastard shows up again. Which brings us to the here and now. Damned if I know why, but at this point there's no denying that Decalasine been hunting the royal relics. And so, assuming he hasn't already claimed the third one, the claws of Orthus, must be a ring, I would guess. Then I say we should get our hands on it first, and then use it to lure him out of hiding. But to that end, we'll have to venture into the fairy kingdom ourselves. Those scavengers didn't receive the warmest welcome, and we're not like to be treated any better. I've traveled to Ilmeg before, or I was away with the Fae for a time. Something about this second answer feels very Fae-aspected in itself. But I've traveled to Ilmeg before. I have allies there. Have you now? And the little devils let you go? I can only assume they've taken a liking to you. That settles it then. We'll head to Ilmeg and ask after this Verbertite ring. Maybe, let me lead the way on this one, Grandson, because they won't recognize you. Imagine if you followed Grandson here and he was just a leaf man already, like instantly. And it's just like, oh, and then the quest chain is over and it just never resolves. He got pranked too hard. What a remarkably uneventful trip. I kept jumping at shadows, waiting for eaters or foul demons or worse to attack, though that might be preferable to the Fae, frankly. Still, we're going to have to deal with him eventually if we're going to find this ring. After all, the New Mo, we're part of Verbertite society, and without their help, I'm not sure where to even begin our search. Perhaps there's a village of some sort you can guide us to? Well, there's Plaeni. I like how it's funny, so I guess that's why I was saying I like how, but why is there an option to just say, I don't know, I forgot. Plaeni, eh? Very well. Lead on, sinner. And yeah, that is some cool information. I don't think we knew that the New Mo were part of Verbertite society. We didn't know the specifics of what they did, but Advisors and assistants makes sense. Something about your demeanor bespeaks a question unasked. Have I the right of it? We're looking for a ring. A ring that belonged to the royal family of Verbert, and it was called the Claws of Orthus. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they said advisors or assistants yet, is all. That's all I mean. But, like, it makes sense as an assumption, because that's what the Numo have been established to do, is advise and assist people. But Verbert is long gone, as are the caretakers of the ring you seek. Who can say where it might have got to? Weep not for Verbert, for they had their time in the shade. All fades to white in the end, and we are no exception. Okay, that's a really small detail, but I really like that they say they had their time in the shade instead of they had their time in the sun on the first. I'm glad I talked to that new Mo again. I love little details like that. I can't tell what you're... Well, that's gotta be a capital I, because otherwise it would look different. I was briefly confused by the capital I and the lowercase l looking the same. Anyway. Oh, hello there. You have questions for me? We are looking for a special ring. The Claws of Orthus. It is a ring, you say? The name I have heard before, but I know nothing save that. Oh, Sul Ul served the royal family before the flood. Somewhat temperamental they are, but surely they will have knowledge of this treasure you seek. Hey, what you reading? What you reading over here, gang? Book? Reading a book? Or two? Oh, I didn't mention it. I've rearranged the HUD a little bit. I don't think this will have much of an impact on the stream, I guess. But you can see I've moved the target bar to, like, below Sukra's position on the screen. The most impactful thing for the stream is that I increased the size of the quest log over here, so you might actually be able to read it. Like, before I couldn't even really read it. I don't know why it was that small. Had yourself a conversation or three. Two, actually. Learn anything interesting? So this Sul Ul is the one we ought to speak with, eh? A former servant of the royal family, which would mean they've lived well over a century. Bugger me. I guess these new Mo that we spoke to consider the information to be, like, free, and we didn't have to, like, do any favors for them for that. I guess they like to assist more than be assisted. I don't know. Just thinking. Mushroom house. Mushrooms that aren't houses. I do not know you, yet you seem to know me. We've heard of you. Oh. Ah, I see. The fifth was discovered yesterday, a young girl not yet of age, transformed into a misshapen beast like the others before her. I did not expect an echo flashback here. Oh. It's Brandon. As if we needed more proof of a pattern. At this rate, any citizen could be next. Tell me you at least learned something from this one. And someone named Tadric. I studied her remains myself. It was plain a powerful magic had been employed. Vestiges of the enchantment lingered long after. The culprit, I think, is not a man to be trifled with. That is all I can say for now, but you may rest assured that I will ascertain their identity ere long. On my honor as court mage, I swear it. Until I do, however, I would employ you and your fellow knights to dispatch any who turn or show signs without hesitation. So, Brandon was a knight of Verbert, very specifically. And this Tadric fellow is a court mage of Verbert. And something is happening where people are turning into monsters. Sounds familiar. But these are our kith and kin. Should we not try to keep them alive until a way to reverse their transformation can be found? Your mercy would place countless others at risk. As a knight of Verbert, did you not vow to serve all her people? Justice for the weakest among us, was it not? How many such innocents will die before you do what must needs be done? It pains me deeply, Brandon, but the safety of the royal family is paramount. I fear that to take anything less than the most drastic measures would be to invite death into this castle. Death is already here! Surely you must see that! Saldia. I will not let it be whispered that Princess Saldia turned a blind eye to her people's suffering. These crimes are a tragedy that weighs upon every Verbertite's soul, mine most of all, and that is why I will take charge of the investigation myself. My lady, be reasonable. You cannot put yourself in harm's way. You have a responsibility to your subjects. So am I to gamble with their lives instead? Let them shield me while I alone take shelter and look down on them from on high? Yes, exactly. You are their princess. You are Brandon, yes? The new recruit? A rather promising one from what the captain has told me. You will attend me personally. My lady? You heard me. I will not stand idly by when I have the power to make a difference. Together we will see justice done for all, as your vow and your princess demand. Lady Saldia, I understand. Forgive me my hesitation. My life and my sword are yours to command. I have great expectations for you. I trust you will not disappoint me. Right, there's no telling when our culprit will strike again, so we must begin our investigation at once. There are witnesses to be questioned, clues to be gathered. Come, come. Achoo. Now, Lady Saldia! Lady Saldia! Ever the stubborn child. I wish you the best of luck, Brandon. You will need it and more. Wow. That's a lot of fascinating information I never knew. I didn't know Verbert was, like, that relevant to anything. Also, I just didn't expect anything like this to happen in the middle of this questline. So now we have to explain to Granson what echo visions are, I guess. Hey, are you alright? The way you were holding your head as if racked by a terrible pain. What happened to you just now? I saw into your past. Lady Saldia, you saw her with your mind's eye? Then it is as I suspected. You have the gift too. You're like Brandon. I think we knew that they all had the echo, probably, but yeah. Because they kept standing up when we fought them, so of course they did. But yeah. What do you mean she's like Brandon? Why have you come to me? What is it that you seek? Explaining. I see, and for this hunt of yours to have come to Ilmeg in search of the claws of Orthus. I'm afraid this is no simple matter. First, I would know that you are capable of facing the eater you seek. That seems reasonable. Nod. There is a spot in a river not far from here in which I used to bathe until a number of beasts grew equally fond of it. If you are the warrior you claim to be, they should pose no challenge whatsoever. Determined. Leave it to me. As for you, I have questions. I really didn't expect to learn anything about Verbert at any point. I thought it was just kind of a place that existed, and that was all. But no. Suddenly, we know a lot. I forgot just how much we learn about stuff, and, like... I mean, the only role quest from Shadowbringers that I've done previously is the ranged... or the physical DPS one. I think it's all physical DPS rolled into one for Shadowbringers. Corgi. Corgi, corgi. Bark, bark, bark. And I don't think I remember that one having so much surprise background lore. I mean, we learned in that one, well, we will learn, I guess, about the Warrior of Darkness who's become a Sin Eater that's relevant in that questline, but I don't think we learned about, like, an entire place. But I might be wrong. I might not be remembering. Very interesting, and now I'm very excited to see the rest of the role quests, actually. Dark Mutant? Well, okay. Are these like the beasts that the Verbertites were transformed into? These are like Sin Eaters, but inverted color scheme or something. What does that mean? Why are there Sin Eaters that are that color? Jeez, Lily, please. What is going on? Corgis may have calmed down, I'm not sure. Actually, it's impossible for them to do that. See to the beast, Sucro. Sol Ul and I have a few things to discuss. The beasts are no more, then? Nod. Good, good. I hadn't the heart to do it myself, for they were no ordinary beasts, but old friends who had survived the flood. Victims of the curse you heard us speak of in your vision. How long ago was... Like, we've established that Sol Ul here has to be over a century old, so were those beasts also that old? They must have been. How long ago was the kingdom of Verbert still standing? Because it's been 100 years since Brandon and company too, right? So this curse transforms people into monsters, like how Sin Eaters can spawn more of their own kind? I will speak no more of this or other matters until after you have completed the task I set before you. This is not negotiable, grandson. Sucro accepted my terms, and so must you. So secretive, the both of you. Can't we all just speak plain? Your comrade refuses to acknowledge his situation. This may take time, but I am patient. Indeed, I have dealt with many a stubborn child in my life. Oh, you've returned. Let's imagine that time has passed since 1 second ago. They made me go and gather a bunch of strange mushrooms, so hopefully we can finally get some answers. The hardened heart. We get a paella, I guess. Granson doesn't seem to be making a good impression on the Numo over here. Exemplary timing, Sucro. It was not more than a moment ago that Granson returned, having at last obliged my humble request. The Numo in general, I'm guessing, is what I mean. Sol Ul especially, though. Humble request my arse. This one's no better than a Yulmoran aristocrat, so accustomed to making others do their bidding. I tell you, there's something off-putting about taking orders from a dog. Granson, please. Ere you continue and give me cause to reconsider aiding your hunt, perhaps you should ask your questions. Fine. Sucro said she saw a vision of you and Brandon looking thick as thieves. You were friends, eh? Know what he's up to now? Brandon is dead. He died a century ago. Well, that answers my questions from a second ago a little bit. Together with his comrades in an attempt to halt the flood that they themselves set in motion. I presume you speak of the eater that took possession of his corpse. Dikayasign, aye, but unlike most eaters, he's been doing more than roam about aimlessly. For some reason, he's been hunting down royal treasures of the old Verbert. And he's been killing anyone who got in his way. Is he now? Heh, what irony. Even in death he remains a slave to duty. A knight brave and true. He's a murderer, and I'll not hear it said otherwise. He ruined my life, killed my beloved right before my very eyes. Every night I go to bed dreaming of the day I'll take my revenge. Oh, I see. Truly you've suffered a terrible loss, but while your thirst for vengeance is quite natural and understandable, it is ultimately misguided. Unusual behavior notwithstanding, Dikayasign is nevertheless no more than an eater. To hate him is to hate the sea that claims the ship, the disease that steals the child, the tremor that topples the home. The mindless force of nature that begets destruction, driven by fragmented memory. Don't you dare make excuses for him. You think I wanted any of this? I grew up on a farm. I could barely wield a sword. And I have got to kill one of the bloody cardinal virtues. Hate and anger and vengeance are all I've got now. My every waking moment is dedicated to plotting his death. It has to be. It has to be. So just tell us where the goddamn ring is and we'll be on our way. This is how it has to be, Who you have to be? Nay, I think not. You ask too much, demand far, far too much, and in exchange for what? This I cannot abide. Are you trying to barter with me, you little shite? Tell me what I want to know or I'll beat it out of you. Grandson. Zuko really should have given this guy a primer on the Fae, probably. Back off, Sucro. I won't let anyone or anything stand between me and Melinda's murderer. You have to follow some rules here. This is not your home. When you're entering someone else's home, you must follow some rules. Unless you're invading their house because they're evil and you need to defeat them with 7 other random people or whatever. That's different. Still, though, even in that case, there are rules of engagement to follow, like you must wait in line until the battle happens. Brandon was a dear friend. To know that an eater disgraces his flesh and his memory pains me more than I can well express. It would bring me great comfort if you were to grant him peace. I should like to share with you a story, if you would be so kind as to join me in Lahigia. This had better have a point. Grandson is too angry. Zuko should have given him like a brochure or a flyer or something about how to interact with the Fae in this world. Also, something about this whole deal is giving me an emotional reaction. Something about that specific line about, like, the sea that steals the ship and whatnot got me, and I don't even know why. It conveys a deep sort of sorrow, perhaps. Oh. A duty, you say? Why are we here again? To hear a story. Gosh. Oh, I can swim here. And all the lily pads are glowing. Ilmeg is a very pretty place. Commence battle for the hardened heart? I guess so. I think we might actually, if this is level 78, we might actually be able to complete the entire tank roll quest line right now. "'Tis beautiful even now, a palace of forgotten dreams. But before it was Lahigia, in the time of Verbert, it was Grunus Licht. The memory of mine in which you walked was of a troubled time when the people of our kingdom were preyed upon by an ambitious fool. It was almost like an entire other RPG, probably. Brandon, then a young knight who'd only just won his spurs, had caught the eye of Princess Saldia, who chose him as her personal guardian. However, he was far too inexperienced and was unable to keep her safe when she ventured outside these walls on one of her investigations. I'm getting the impression that there really is going to be enough lore to the Warriors of Darkness that they could make an entire other game out of it, if they really wanted to. For his failure, he was stripped of his knighthood, and shortly thereafter he quit Verbert. I thought I would never see him again. But then one day he returned, one of several wandering adventurers led by a man named Ardbert, who'd accepted our invitation to look into the mysterious transformations, which had continued unabated in Brandon's absence. Lady Saldia was overjoyed, and for a time it was like nothing had changed. They spoke often and grew ever closer. Or grew even closer. And then came the day when we learned the truth. What truth? When we learned that the architect of our kingdom's suffering was none other than the court mage Tadric. Oh. He did have a bit of a sinister air. Never trust the... Counselor is not the word I'm looking for. Chancellor. Never trust the Chancellor or equivalent. Ever. Rule of fantasy. Do not trust the court magician. Do not trust the Chancellor. Do not trust the other Chancellor that looks suspiciously similar to the previous Chancellor. Time to remember. Time to remember, parentheses, combat, potentially. It's him, Brandon. I'm sorry. So am I. Come, let's have done with it. Oh, he looks even more sinister now. Like, way more sinister, actually. His eyes weren't even red before. It was you, Tadric. Do not deny it. Tormenting our people, twisting and transforming them into monsters, and for what? Brandon, 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 after I took such pains to be rid of you. I don't think he had a mustache before either. You may strip me of my titles, but not my oaths. I shall serve Lady Saldia till my dying breath. As you like. Once I have killed you and your friends, there will be no one left to stop me from claiming the throne. What do you want the throne for? I'm going to sound very much like Gaius Van Baelsar here for a second, but if you transform everyone into monsters, what are you ruling over? I guess you're ruling over the monsters because you might have some control over them, and then you'll probably use them for evil, conquering other nations or whatever. But like, what's your end goal here? Are you just evil for the sake of it? Hear me, my children, the hour of reckoning is at hand. Rejoice, for a noble sacrifice shall you find everlasting glory. Okay, but like, why though? Lord Tadric, it hurts. Evil grin. Soon you shall know no more pain. I was going to make it quick for old time's sake, but now I think I ought to take my time. So hey, that's right. When I said parentheses combat, I meant it. Relive Brandon and Ardbert's battle against Tadric. In the coming battle, you will fight as Brandon. Surprise! Every role quest has one of these, I'm pretty sure. At least the Shadowbringers one. So what do we got? We got combo. We got AoE combo. Oh. Hey, wait a minute. Brandon's moves have different names. Fast Blade, Rightful Sword, Swashbuckler. Greatest Eclipse and Sun Shadow. Fight or Flight's still the same. Interject is still here. I've got Sucro's hot bars still sitting here, which is kind of funny. And we've got Chivalrous Spirit instead of Clemency. Interesting. But yeah. Also, we can see the names of everyone else, actually. Hello. We've got Njellbert, Lamit, Ardbert, and Renderay. We didn't know the names of some of these folks before. Forward! Come, my children, render up your lives for your master. For all your crimes and more you will pay. Oh, did this one give you a lot of trouble? The direct approach isn't working. Your feeble tricks are no match for my magics. Interesting. He's drawing upon the ether of his thralls. Kill them! Poor bastards, that's what you get for trusting a court mage. Yeah, Renderay knows what's up. Brandon, bring them all in close. Hey, get over here. Like I was saying, don't trust the court mage, don't trust the chancellor. Such an incredible display of strength, the stuff of legends. Hell yeah. There's no escape, Tadric. Surrender. Well, I still have so many lives at my disposal, I think not. This wasn't the deal. Come, children, in death shall your meaningless lives gain glorious purpose. I'll defend Lamit. Brandon, go to Njellbert. How many more must die for your vanity? Brandon, don't let him cast that spell. Do whatever it takes. I don't know what spell you mean. Oh, wait. You, I think. Yeah. You are most tenacious, but everyone has their limits. The attack's too much for any one person to take. We all have to stand together, understood? Understood. Your end is nigh. This is funny, it's kind of teaching us tanking. Which is funny because we already had to be a tank to get here. No sacrifice is too great to claim what by rights is mine. Rise, my children. Rise and defend me. Tadric! Surely no one can harness such a massive torrent of ether. Such obedient children to offer up their lives in sacrifice. Unrepentant to the last, this madness dies with you. What is life but a medium for my magics? How much longer can you hold the line, I wonder? All of the various people being transformed are clearly expressing regret at this point. The bastard's keen to drag this out. We can't keep this up forever. Everyone, now's our chance to turn the tide. I've still got a few arrows in my quiver. Brandon, bring them all into the center like before. You got it. Brenda Ray is gonna limit break now. We have not squatted away the light yet, but we are in the past reliving a fight that the Warriors of Darkness experienced as part of the role quest line. See that, Tadric? You're next. Time to thin the herd, starting with that dwarf, perhaps? No, don't target the healer. Don't touch her, you bastard! Lord Tadric, have mercy! Brandon, we have to defend Lamed at all costs. Is this the tether you meant? I think I would have been able to figure that one out. Because I think I've seen that happen before. I appreciate wanting to help, but I think I can try to figure stuff out on my own, probably. Though I guess, like, this specific duty would be long enough if I failed it, that it would be a little concerning. I don't know. He's channeling a vast quantity of ether. Whatever he's preparing, we cannot let him finish. You heard Lamed, we have to stop him. Sanctified Quake 3. Don't ask for mercy, Tadric, you won't get it. Oh, why am I dying? I think it might be introduced earlier on now? I don't know. I remember that mechanic somewhere. Maybe I remember it from some other point in the game after this even? I don't know. Duty complete. It's really cool that you get to relive these battles that the Warriors of Darkness experienced. Yeah, okay, I understand. I can see how... Meddlesome wretch, this kingdom is by rights mine! I can see how you'd want to warn me of something if you struggled with it that much. Okay, but why do you want the kingdom again? Brandon, what is the meaning of this? Tadric, you... But why, after serving us faithfully for so many years? I'm no servant, not of your mother or father or you! Ugh. Oh no. My lady! Yeah, the interrupt was... God's damned you! The interrupt was something I almost, like, didn't remember to do, even though I read that it was on the skill bar. Lady Soldia, speak to me. Brandon, my dear brave Brandon, am I your princess still? Would you honor your vows even now? Now and ever after, my lady. My sword is yours to command. The new Mo is the person we were speaking to learn the location of the ring that we're after, that Dikaiosine is trying to find. And then we had an echo flashback to the new Mo talking to Brandon and the princess and the court mage and so on. And this is an echo flashback to that fight. My sword is yours to command. Gasp. Oh no. I could tell this was going to happen. That is well. Would that I had the strength to wield it myself. Steel your heart, brave Brandon, and for the good of Verbert and her people. No, 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 I cannot, I will not! Honor your vows to your kingdom, to your princess. Well, this is sad. Jeez. You have to, Brandon, before she transforms into super evil. Or maybe after, I guess? It looks like it's going to have to be after. Well. You transformed differently. To your friend who never doubted you, who knew that you would return and see justice. Justice. Jeez. It would be really funny if they made me do another fight immediately, though. No, it should be me. Brandon, my sword, now and ever after. Well, for how little we actually knew these people, this is very effective at emotion, for whatever reason. We've rounded up the rest of Tadric's co-conspirators and tossed them into the jail. The ones who hadn't been corrupted by his magics, that is. Nod. I don't think the other I don't think the role quest line I did in the past was this set a crystal. What are you smirking at? Why was that person smirking? I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. I guess that's fair. Like, if the gameplay is frustrating, it can really make the impact of everything else not work as well. Well, you saw what happened? I did. And I fought what happened. Wicked White, she begged him to do it, like Melinda. Come, let us quit this place and return to Plaeni. Nod. Nod. What with getting to learn about Verbert, and also like the emotional impact of that, I'm very excited to see the rest of the role quests that I haven't seen before. Oh. It's very poetic of you to put it that way. I kind of forgot that the cardinal virtues would probably be associated with specific virtues, or something like that. If you missed some of that, I think that is when I recommend going back and watching later, if you thought it was interesting. Oh, it's Greek for justice. I didn't know. Interesting. But we're not done yet. But I think I've really liked the tank role quest so far, actually. At least like what we've seen today. But, to once again say, the only role quest I have done before in Shadowbringers was the physical DPS one, which we'll get to eventually. And I don't want to know any spoilers about the other ones, but... And I don't want to elaborate too much on what I'm about to say, but I don't remember the physical DPS one being this, like, emotional. Or, like, this having lore in it as much. But we'll see, we'll see. ... Yeah, me too, grandson. Do you know why I entered into the royal family's service many long years ago? Because when I was attacked by a wild beast which nearly tore me to shreds, it was Lady Saldia who came to my rescue. She saved me, and that is a debt that can never be repaid, for there is naught in this world which holds greater value than life itself. Not even her death absolves me of it, and so I must always first consider her wishes, her desires, what she would want for me in her kingdom, for Brandon, and yes, even for you, grandson. For me? To define oneself in opposition to the other, an other bereft of complexity of nuance. Is that supposed to be or nuance, I wonder? Wholly devoid of redeeming qualities. A villain, indeed, there is comfort and certainty in hatred. But it is a false and fleeting comfort. Bought with lies we tell ourselves about who we are, what we must be, and what we must do. And never you mind the cost. If anything, the more we offer up in sacrifice, the better. Huh. Do you not see? Brandon was right to hesitate, to doubt. The unwavering blade cares not whom it serves, nor who it cuts. I think I need a moment. Yeah, me too, grandson. Perhaps you do as well. Leave us for now, Sucro. Nod. Also, here's this paella, I guess. Yay! Question mark. Also, you leveled up to 86 and learned expedient, but it's a sword attack. No, I don't know how to say that or what it means. Expiation. Expiation. Expiation? Okay. What is that? What does that even mean? I didn't even spell it correctly. Right. Expiation in English. Atonement. It's Spanish for atonement.
Expiación.
Expiación. Gotcha. Why do I have a move that's in Spanish suddenly? I don't think that's been a theme of the class ever, but okay, sure. Probably a word that's been, like, adopted into English in some context somewhere. It might also be Church Latin? Yeah, that makes sense. A hearty dish of seafood and rice infused with spices and enriched by a hint of wood smoke from the open fire over which it was cooked. So that's what this game is considering to be a... I keep saying paella, but I think it's paella, unless that's something else. Catholic word salad. I see. Anyway, the quest suggested I might need a moment, so I think I'll take a moment. So I'll be right back. Hey, wait a minute. It was said in the chat as a funny little joke, if atonement is so good, why isn't there an atonement dose? And then I remembered there actually is already a move called atonement. I don't know if that was specifically what your joke was about, but I do literally have atonement and atonement now, I guess. Atonement and atonement, but in Spanish. Just like I actually have both intervene and intervention. Paladin move names are gradually getting even funnier over time. I say even funnier. I don't know if they were really funny before. Finished the Endwalker normal raid series over the weekend. Are you interested in hearing about relative difficulties? No. I would consider that sort of thing, if not directly spoilers, it's not really currently relevant. I think that's probably something we can discuss when I eventually get through Endwalker raids. Which will be a while, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you literally meant this is Atonement 2, but it sure is. Paladin moves are gradually getting funnier, is what I meant to say, instead of even funnier, as if they were... Okay, they were funny before, because this used to be Spirits Within, which was a blatant reference to that one Final Fantasy movie, which is silly. But now it's Atonement 2, but in Spanish. Still not as good as the best move sequel that exists, which is Scholar's Art of War 2. God. Art of War 2 is the funniest move name to me. Internal Spirits Holy Disc. That. If they just upgrade Fast Blade and Riot Blade into something else, that'd be funny. Sun Tzu and Sun 2. That's also good. Something I'm actually going to do right now, for some reason. Explorer mode. First of all, because it's cool to just be able to look at this dungeon. But also because someone's striking coming. I want to see what Expiation looks like, because I've never seen it. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't know what I was expecting. It's basically a fancier version of what it was before. That makes sense. Sucro do a stab. Seems like an inconvenient way to hold a sword. This makes it look like she's about to throw the sword. Like those throwing swords that exist in Fire Emblem Fates, which I've seen someone play a little bit recently. Anyway. Which makes me think the funniest possible upgrade for a paladin skill would be upgrading shield lob into sword lob. They should do that because it'd be funny. Anyway. To have loved and lost. I guess we can do the rest of this role quest right now. Let's go ahead. Let's do it. Why not? Grandson, I've given you ample time to consider the path that has brought you here and where it invariably leads all who walk it. I didn't know what to do after I lost Melinda, how to mourn her or how to live. I felt that if I put it all into Kaya-sign, I put everything into the hunt, that at least I wouldn't have to think about myself or what comes next. I wanted to hollow myself out and fill up that hole with hate. Forget who I was, and irony of ironies, that's just what the poor bastard tried to do to himself a century ago too, isn't it? Heh. Hard men making hard choices, what rot. Hold on to Melinda and the memories you shared. Let that love guide you, or think not of Dakaya-sign, but Brandon. Grant him peace and you will find your own, or... ... I don't know what Sucro would say here. Both of these first two sound very fancy and like deep thoughts, philosophical a little bit. Come to your own conclusions, maybe. ... Ah, sorry. Having planted my head so far up my own arse, it's taking me time to remove it. Don't worry, I'll finish the hunt with you, but for the right reasons. For Melinda and for Brandon. And then I'll move on. Move on, you say? Put on a patchouli accent. I can't live off hate. Shouldn't have made it this far, frankly. The more I try to reach for it, the more I find sorrow? Pity? Curse not fate, but mourn her victims. Remember the dead as they lived. Aye, something like that. Reckon Sucro would agree. And Melinda, if she were here, would probably slap me a dozen times and call me a bloody fool for acting the way I have. Or maybe you've been thinking about doing that in her stead, eh? Smile, nod. Yeah, I want to beat the shit out of you because you're an idiot, says Sucro, I guess. Wordlessly. I don't think she would actually nod there, but that's funny. Apologies for treating you with such disrespect before, Sol-Ol. I'd like to claim I finally understand what you've been trying to tell me all this time, but I'm still getting my head around it. Recognizing your faults is the first and most important step. I will tell you what I know of the Claws of Orthus. The ring, together with the bracelet and choker, were 3 relics passed down through the royal family over generations, signifying the owner's right to rule. Princess Salia was the last of her line, and after her death they were stored in a sanctuary for safekeeping. However, a year ago, a band of thieves learned of its existence. The ones who stole the fangs and eyes of Orthus. Yes, the relics were concealed with magical wards. I can only presume that once they were spirited away, Takaya-san was then able to sense their presence. Even in death, a slave to duty, you said. You think he pursued the thieves out of an instinctive loyalty to his princess? That I do. After all, he was content to leave them be so long as they remained hidden. Only 2 of the 3 were taken, then the 3rd is still... Claim the Claws of Orthus and he will surely come for you, yes. Tim Gaeus is where you must go. Once you arrive at the place I marked on your map, cast this powder into the air. The glamour will fade and you will see the chest with the ring. The rest is up to you. I haven't heard that saying, but that does seem relevant. Nod. Thank you, Sol-Ol. I promise we will bring your friend peace. With me, sinner. Nod. And may you find peace as well, child. I think I've mentioned it before, but I find myself picking the ... option a lot more with Sucro than I expected. And I wonder what that actually says about Sucro. Okay, it's over there. I just can't imagine Sucro saying either of the other things. Like, maybe she would have the general sentiment of those things. But I think she speaks more plainly than the options presented. If Sucro ever has words of wisdom, they're probably not on purpose. I'm not saying she's unwise, but probably doesn't go around sounding like the wisest person in the world. I don't know, maybe she does. She reads a lot of books. Maybe she... I don't know if I'm supposed to know this, but I think it's established at some point that Urianger speaks in the way he does, partly because he sort of grew up alone and like mostly just read books and stuff. So there's a non-zero chance that Sucro would like be heavily influenced by what she's read and whatnot in terms of how she speaks, and I hadn't really thought about that. I'm not saying there's a non-zero chance just because that's what happened to Urianger. It's not like we need to establish a precedent for that sort of thing happening in this world for it to happen to Sucro. But still, I know that I, for one, am heavily influenced by whatever media I've watched or read or looked at recently in terms of how I speak, sometimes. It just sort of works its way into my words automatically. Plus, I have a tendency to randomly speak, like, more fancy-like sometimes and less fancy-like other times. I don't know. What do you think, Grandson? So maybe Sucro would say something like that. I don't think she would speak like Urianger, but it would be funny if she did. Can you imagine that? Anyway. This should be the place. You've got the powder on you, right? A small satchel containing a fine powder comprised mainly of ground mushroom and enchanted with pneumo magics. Useful for dispelling all manner of illusions, save the ones under which we choose to labor. Oh, wow, okay. Item level 420. Teehee. Yeah, a little bit. You toss the powder into the air, and as it slowly settles to the earth, as twinkling motes of light, a coffer begins to take shape. Oh wow, a Gelmoran potsherd. Oh. There's a bunch of stuff in here. This must be the claws of Orthus. All that's left is to decide when and where we want to confront the Eater. It's probably going to be right here and right now. If I had to guess. Yes, it is. Or we could deal with it here and now. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hey there, old man. I don't know you and you don't know me, but I know your story. I know this isn't you, and I know that if Lady Saldia was here, she'd say the same thing. It'll be all over soon, I promise you. Of course it's this music too. For a little extra emotion. Defeat Dikaiosine. Come, let's put the poor bastard out of his misery. So there is still a little bit of lag, but it's not super, like, detrimental, I don't think. I think I should be okay, mostly. Spirits without. Right, that's right, you have spirits without instead of spirits within. What are you doing? Brand of Sid, eh? What the? Did he do that? Did he do that? Okay, what's this portal? Well, that's hardly fair. Hold on, sinner. This is surprisingly complicated. Still with me? Hey, oh. Your holy circle is just holy too, huh? It's still going. Your circle of scorn is bloodstain. You've got Seraph Blade now, whatever that means. Bright Sphere. Something doesn't smell right. Stand back. Oh shit. Messed that up a little bit. Tough old bastard, isn't he? But I'm no slouch myself. Oh, come on, not again. Looks like it's my turn. I'm counting on you, Sinner. Wicked White, I felt that one, thanks. Yeah, that's the one you shoot a wave forward. I remembered this time. Might makes right. This time I'll remember the order. Ah, beans. At least I have clemency. I keep forgetting to use Confiteor still, because I'm not used to having it. Gotcha! Good fight, Dikaya sign. Yeah, that would make it difficult. Damn, Eater, let him go. He's not your bloody puppet. Crystal. Yeah, finally. You watching, Melinda? Gasp. Now and ever after, my lady Saldia, my sword is yours to command. Brandon, he's still in there? I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Wait, is he trapped in the memory still? You're wrong, Brandon. That's not what she would want. Let go of your anger. Let go of her. But that would make me lesser in your eyes, wouldn't it? To shoulder a burden that need not be mine. No, I will not forsake compassion and love. I will not dishonor your memory. Oh, my lady Saldia. He's gone. Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. And with that, the three treasures of the royal family are reunited. Now we've just got to find a place to stick them so that no scavenger ever stumbles upon them again. Least we can do for the princess and her knight, am I right? Smile, nod. Maybe Sol Ol will have some ideas. Let's head back to Pla Eni. I am lucky I had clemency there. Warrior and Gunbreaker would probably have like an okay time of that as well, because they also have self-healing. I don't know if or when. Does Dark Knight never get any self-healing? Paladin self-healing gets rapidly better after 70, like with Holy Sheltron, and like you get healing added to your magic at some point and so on. Oh, Expiacion is an AoE. I was actually thinking to myself, it would be nice if they just made Spirits Within an AoE at some point. And they did. They do. I didn't realize. Neat. Ah, right. That's fair. After you, Sucro. It is done. Brandon has been laid to rest. You saw us when we arrived. Do you really have to ask? No, I suppose not. Oh, my dear friend, I pray you have found peace. And what of you, grandson? Has the turmoil in your heart subsided at last? Aye, I suppose so, though to be honest, it felt like I made my peace with him before we even fought. Because you finally saw him for what he was and accepted that truth into your heart. The battle was but an afterthought. Indeed. Numo. Ah, easy for you to say. You didn't have to cross blades with the bloke. By the way, I brought you some gifts. The 3 royal relics of Verbert. Then Brandon was safeguarding both the bracelet and the choker. And now it's your turn to look after the whole lot.
Yes, Kupo.
Indeed. That's what Lady Saldia and her knight would have wanted, I reckon. Yes, of course, that their souls may sleep soundly forevermore, we shall enshrine these relics for all eternity. Nod. Now that that's settled, I suppose we should be on our way. There's a detour I'll have to take, but afterwards I'd like to speak with you back at the usual spot in the Crystarium. It's funny you call it the usual spot when we only spoke there like one time. Nod. Be well, Sol Ol. Distant corgi barking. I think that one has a bright life ahead of him. Few can find the strength to overcome such terrible tragedy, but he did. As have you on no few occasions, I'm sure. Smile. It has been a pleasure, Sucro. Do visit me should you ever yearn to hear an old fool prattle on and on. Nod. Oh, you wish to listen to my ramblings now? Nay, I think not. Another time, Sucro, another time. But lore! I love history and lore. Sol. Come on. I wonder if you actually can... Like, if I go back here, will he have something to say after this role quest is over? I'll try it, probably. This Aetheryte always pranks me because you have to look upwards to be able to target it. Oh yeah, there's the other quest that I need to unlock something with. Is this the best way to get there? I think so. Took the long way around for some reason. Well met, Sinner. Glad to see you made it back safe and sound. Also, I'm getting the impression that each set of role quests, like, if I were to do an entire set of role quests at once from start to end, it would take about as much time as a Point X patch's story. So it'd be like a whole stream for future ones, probably, because, like, this is basic. Like, other than donating to the Domain Restoration, all I've done so far is the rest of the tank role quest line, and it's almost been 2 hours already? Okay, there's like 19 minutes before that's true, but still. Well met, Sinner. Glad to see you made it back safe and sound. Having returned to where it all began, I can't help but think back to when I first came here, thinking only of Dikaiosine and my revenge. I was so wrapped up in my own personal affairs that I didn't realize I was only pushing others away. Glenard was the only one who saw through the facade. He's a perceptive one. I took one look at me when I got back and broke into a smile. But enough about him. I've yet to thank you properly, Sucro. I owe you so much for sticking with me until the end. To the end. So what's next for you, Sinner? Good question. Can't say I feel at home here or in Wright or anywhere else, so I might spend some time on the road. I may not be as skilled a fighter as you, but I reckon I'm better than most, and there's always someone in need of a reliable sword hand. Melinda would want me to use my talents for a noble purpose, and helping folks in need fits the bill. Hells, isn't that what Brandon and his comrades wound up doing in the end? So let's not call it a goodbye. Let's just say until the next hunt. Nod. Wheresoever you go, may you find shade, Sinner. Smile. And there we go. The tank role quest line? Okay, not yet. There we go. Tank role quest line complete. Speaker for the righteous. I haven't been doing the thing where I looked at my achievements when I get them. Okay, fair enough. Now let's immediately go and see if we can listen to a Numo. Or if that's just what the Numo is going to say forever. The other role quests will probably be done post main story completion. I don't know what order I'll do their other ones in. Oh, I see. Ah. What awaits when one passes beyond mortality's veil, I cannot say. Nevertheless, I would like to believe that in death, Brandon and Lady Saldia have found the happiness that eluded them in life. Okay, you didn't do a ramble like you said you would, but you did have a little extra dialogue. Also, this has reminded me, while I'm here, I might as well go and see if, that one particular NPC has something different to say for some reason. I don't think she will, but I haven't been checking constantly. It'd be neat if she did. I wasn't expecting there to be like a natural sequence or order for them. I did feel like the tank role quest like tied in very well with the main story. Like the start of it did. I remember commenting that before. So it felt like one that made sense to do first, and like that also made sense because the main job of the expansion is Dark Knight. So, what's up? The light within you shines as brightly as before, more brightly even, but your journey is far from finished. I shall pray for you. You did have a different line. Why? Why do you have so many different lines? At least I think that's different. Also, I just noticed this was up here. Time to look. I did it. I looked at stuff. Okay. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, but like, I mean, like, what compelled the writers and the development team and whatnot to give this one NPC so many different lines for stuff that she has no direct relevance to is more of the question I meant. It is cool. It is a fun Easter egg. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just curious as to why it's there. I will have to remember to keep checking. Anyway, what is this quest over here? Oh, this is probably the Pixie Tribe quest, which must be available now then. So I guess this isn't something I need to actually do right now. And indeed is probably not something I will do on camera. Yeah, this is 100% the Pixie Tribe quest. Interesting. I was going to say I forgot that was available now, but it's more like I didn't know that was available now because it didn't exist when I first played through Shadowbringers. Anyway, after 1 hour, 47 minutes, and 40 seconds of recording, it is now time to actually progress the main story, which would have eventually required me to complete the role quest line that I just completed, or any of the other ones. But yeah, if anyone has recommendations as to which role quest line would be cool to see next, like, I understand that there's not any specific order I need to do them in for any reason, but like, if there's any ones that you'd want to see first, don't tell me any details about why, but I'll take suggestions. Healer's pretty strong. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? I do. As I said before, the physical DPS one is the one that I did. You feel like healer should be last, you think melee DPS should be next? Well, you mean physical DPS by that one, I guess. They are all focused on the Warriors of Darkness, yeah. As far as I'm aware. But anyway, main story. What's up? I'm here, it took a little while.
There you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
Lily barking in the distance again. Eye narrow. Look who's here! Still. But like, here, more directly, for some reason. Hello, what's up? What do you want, Emmett Sulk? Sucro's glaring at you. Lily would always bark.
Please. Did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon?
You did, I suppose.
Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe. Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity. Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
I do remember you musing to yourself in a scene that that Sucro would not have witnessed. Wondering how he did that. Everyone's just glaring at this guy.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
There's not likely to be many dark hours around here, Thancred. But Tish.
So petty.
Well, okay, we're restoring them,
I said
actually.
And I said what I meant.
Dr. Seuss reference? Question mark? I guess that's not necessarily only that, but it's what I thought of. But yeah, I guess we are restoring the night, so there are dark hours now. But I know that's not what he meant, but I'm just rambling.
Wage your war against the Sin Eaters, put each and every Light Warden to the sword, prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies.
And Ascian's truthful 100%, exactly.
Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth.
And Ascian's truthful 100% asterisk is more accurate, I guess. What do you mean by the burden of truth?
Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs.
Let's hold a vote.
And thus did the olive branch wither and die. Pity.
Vote on yes or no fisticuffs. Looks like everyone says
Well,
yes fisticuffs.
Let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes.
Ominous.
Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the eternal are privy.
This isn't this specific camera angle zoom in is extremely Mega Man 8 camera zooming in on Dr. Light in that one cutscene. Which is making it more difficult to take at this cutscene seriously. Evil smile. Glaring.
For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
Okay, bye. Well.
What was that all about?
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips.
Exactly.
Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
A kernel, perhaps, not one jot, or I don't know, but if he crosses us, I'll make him wish he hadn't. I don't know, but if he crosses us, I'm gonna punch him in the face with my sword.
I'm sure you will. But consider for a moment. If he meant simply to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did.
Alphino thinking that Emmett Selk could do anything without doing it in the most theatrical way possible, which would involve revealing himself. I guess we don't technically, in character, know him well enough to know that he would do everything in the most theatrical way possible, but still.
It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
If nothing else, by continuing on our mission, we will learn more about everything. Possibly. Oh yeah, that was mentioned before.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Light Wardens of Lakeland and Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Amareng, and Rak'tika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown. Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
I'll take Amarang in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
Makes sense.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Then I would ask that you journey to Rak'tika. There you will find Y'shtola. With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
That's right. Though we haven't spoken much since she left for the forest.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me. You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
"'Twould be no trouble."
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
You got invited to Super Smash Brothers.
What's that?
I can't believe it.
A missive from Lord
Oh,
Volthry.
never mind.
He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Lida Luran.
Someone has definitely edited the Super Smash Brothers like letter seal onto this exact screenshot, but I'm going to do it later anyway, probably. Because I would do that.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a trap.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless,
Same.
I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged. Though my power will be much diminished so far from the tower, it is a risk I am willing to take.
The Final Smash summoning the Crystal Tower would work very similar to some of the other Final Smashes that exist, I imagine. Like the Ice Climbers one. Just creating a large structure in the center of the stage that blasts people away. If they still do that anyway, I forget.
Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance?
Of course.
Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
His Final Smash would, I guess, basically be like the SimCity assist trophy, but like at a much larger scale, if it was summoning the Crystal Tower. I confess, a great deal of my time in Calusia was spent befriending the people, but that is not to say I gave no thought to our primary goal. Once I've escorted the Exarch to Yulmore, you can be certain I will do all I can to discern the whereabouts of any warden that may be hiding in Calusia. There are so many ruins scattered throughout Amarang, I'm honestly not even sure where to start. I should be glad to apprise thee of Y'shtola's recent endeavors during our journey to Rak'tika. Minfilia and I are no strangers to Rak'tika, but this is perhaps the first time we bothered entering through the proverbial front door. At least I can finally meet Y'shtola. Thancred has told me so much about her. Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There is a church, or rather the ruins of a church, at Fort Job. Might I ask that you go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within that hall there remains a tablet whose writings I believe may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart to Rak'tika, we shall journey unto Fort Job that we might secure this relic. Safe travels, Sucro. I pray that tablet and its contents prove of interest to Y'shtola. We shall see. I do not doubt this place may weather another assault by the Sin Eaters, but they cannot hope to hold it should the Yulmoran soldiers return. Even with their limited numbers, the Guard can use the terrain to their advantage. Perhaps I can convince the captain to lay a few traps out in the field. Thancred and I have come across these ruined churches before. I wish I could have seen them before the flood. The windows were works of art, I'm told. Here amidst these ruins, we will find the Church of the First Light, and within that hallowed hall, the tablet we seek. Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. Here is a procedurally generated hat inside of a box. At the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites served not as man's final bastion, but as testament to his ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of the realm. Alas, the flood with its inexorable tides would drown nigh every one, and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole. But the creatures which then did rise from that fulgent deluge were seen as agents of divine punishment, sent to devour sin and sinner both, whence came the name of Sin Eater. The people were lost, seemingly forsaken by their god. Yet where there is light, there hath ever been shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of shadow did then migrate to the rak'tika greatwood, but that is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. Oh, I forgot to address it, but you might have noticed at some point that I removed minion roulette from the channel point redeems. And that is, I guess, mostly because I realized I don't actually really like the minions, most of them, that much. And also, I should just choose what minions to have around, if any, on my own. Currently we have none, which I think is fine. That's all. Despite their architectural prowess, I can neither make head nor tail of anything in this place. You would think the remnants of a church would be more conspicuous. It would be most unusual, but mayhap the hall was built below ground. I think we've seen church-like structures underground in Ishgard before. Not unlike this one. They were the save points? Maybe. That would make sense. And that is a Dragon Quest thing, but still. There's a bit of a lag spike there. Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. It's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen until now has always borne the scars of decades of disuse. That would be quite an undertaking, I think, to make a Final Fantasy-like about the Warriors of Darkness, but it would be very cool. Its subterranean construction hath done much to protect the hall from the ravages of time. Yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced from its decoration. As faith in the light did wane, so rose reverence for the dark. And its followers did want for places of worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn these walls belong not to those who built them, but to worshippers of the dark, the Knights Blessed. Who subsequently migrated to rak'tika, yes? Indeed, 'twas beneath the shaded boughs of the rak'tika greatwood that they finally found sanctuary. Often, many times did Yulmore make spurious overtures of friendship unto them, but they are no fools. The Exarch knoweth full well that Y'ashtola in her seclusion doth labor to learn all she may of the blessed in their past. 'Twas why he sent us here, I now see. The tablet of which he spoke no doubt provideth a glimpse into the history that she so yearneth to comprehend. Well then, we better hurry up and find it. Group nod. Search your surroundings for the tablet. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. No, I wanted to talk to everyone first. I thought that I was just searching. It's fine. I guess I can talk to them in this way. Were the tablet a fragment of Holy Scripture, 'twould most assuredly rest here on this altar. Yet this would, I presume, also have been where the Blessed placed the font of seeing used in the practice of their faith. Whither, then, would they have set the tablet? Thancred dodged my interact button. Can anyone tell me what this infernal tablet even looks like? It looks like a tablet. I can barely see my hand in front of my face, if only that torch were a little closer. Well. I guess we have a pretty limited range of where it could be. With, Ah, there it is. You have located the time-worn tablet. Tsukuro has very good eyesight, huh? Within the altar, thou sayest. I suppose there are many options. How were you able to see it in the dark and inside the altar of all places? I guess Tsukuro canonically has very good eyesight. I certainly hope this is what we were looking for. Naught escapeth thine eye, 'twould seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek. Curious. These engravings predate the Knights Blessed. If I am not mistaken, they are written in the script of the ancient empire of Ronka, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Rak'tika. That is true. It will be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. 'Tis plain the Exarch understandeth Y'shtola only too well. But come, let us quit this place and make ready for our journey into the woods. Thancred mentioned Y'shtola's passion for learning. I expect the tablet is just the sort of thing she'd like. Should we not be going? We have a gift to deliver. Into the dark. Ere we depart, there is a custom of the Knights Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. To speak plain, it is the belief of the Blessed that one's own name must ne'er be uttered in the light of the everlasting day. Yet this commandment precludeth not the use of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and in rare cases masters their disciples. So it is that Y'shtola hath taken the name of Master Matoya. Lest we offend them, I bid you speak not her true name in the Blessed's presence. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the greatwood's border. It is a neat detail. I pray thee heed mine explanation of the Blessed's customs. 'Twould be ill-advised to provoke their ire. It will be good to see Y'shtola again. I know I have no reason to, but I can't help but feel nervous about meeting Y'shtola. Well met, traveler. What business brings you here? We need to head into the rak'tika greatwood. Yes, of course, right this way. And yep, that's why she is called Matoya in the demo. Lahi
no matter how
is
far
here.
he goes, man cannot resist looking
Just
back on
instantaneously. Lahi?
The untold stories and secrets of the past can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow.
This is what I meant by do you know Lahi? I'll elaborate more once
So
the
he
cutscene's
braves
over.
the forests of Rak'tika, in search of mystery and wonder.
I actually was thinking too much about Lahi
to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
To parse the entirety of what was just narrated at me, so I don't know what's happening anymore. I have already been distracted and missed some of the narration.
We have arrived.
Due to Lahi. So, Lahi, as you could hear, is the first vocal in this vocal track that is associated with the rak'tika greatwood. It quickly became a mimetic among the player base, and there is a specific instance of like a live performance at one of the Final Fantasy XIV fan fests. Corgi's in the background, where the composer for this game, Soken, did basically a live shitpost version of the song, where like he can sing normally and well, but he like walked up to the mic, he turned to the lady playing the piano, and he was like, "Do you know Lahi?" And she made this face of like grave concern. And then he started singing this song's vocals very badly to the music. And then after like a verse or so, he switched to playing the automaton. And it was very silly. So I guess "Do you know Lahi" is like a secondary meme of Lahi. But here we are. We have arrived.
Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
What's up, Emmett Selk?
No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule.
Uh-huh.
Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days.
Yeah, alright, sure.
Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Thank you, Thancred. Emmett Selk is displeased.
Can we not simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
Shake head.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
I didn't expect Minfilia to say that.
I think not. I am an observer, nothing more.
Nah.
Even shielded
Good
by the
line read.
shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
Sarcastic bow. Emmett Selk is not capable of doing a bow that is not sarcastic in any way. Anyway, I think this is the first time we can actually just talk to him outside of a cutscene. So what's up? What is it now? Do you expect me to regale you with friendly banter? Oh, very well. I will humor you this once. You may consider it my latest act of good faith. Come on then, what do you wish to know? Why choose this form here in the first? Or actually, never mind. Why choose this form here in the first? Well, well, what a curious question. Mortal flesh is but the vessel into which we Ascians pour the elixir of our souls, molding it as fits the occasion, or not if we so choose. Be it for a year or a millennium, I prefer to retain the same form until my duty is done. So after arriving here in the first, I fashioned some hapless body into the man you see before you. Though as your friend over there can attest, there are those of us who forego such alterations. He was ever the rash one, La Habrea, jumping from vessel to vessel. never heeding the toll it took on him. Emmett Selk has a lot of interesting stuff to say in this game. Yeah, I guess he also stole someone's body. At this point, I think it's clear enough that Emmett Selk is still a villain that I can say that Emmett Selk is my favorite villain in the Final Fantasy franchise. All of it, not just 14. We'll see if Endwalker changes my opinions on this any, but I think he's a very interesting villain. It's not so much that he's very stylish or whatever, which I guess he is, but he's just very interesting in all of his, like, his motivations and what he has to say and how he participates in the story. I think he's a very well-written villain and a very interesting character. And if I may dunk on Xenos once more, a very sharp contrast to Xenos Mick I Want Fight Gur, who I don't like still. He's like literally the opposite of Xenos in some ways in terms of like how interesting he is to me. Anyway. I don't mean to dunk on Xenos constantly, but I am going to dunk on Xenos constantly. If he never opened his mouth again, it would be too soon. Bankert has told me of the Ascians and what they've done. If he isn't willing to help, is it wise to let him stay with us? I don't think we could make him leave. If we wanted to. 'Tis plain our Ascian counterpart meaneth to follow wheresoever we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily, it pervadeth every corner. And so long as the Light Warden remaineth, the Sin Eaters shall be free to prey upon these lands without surcease. If naught is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the Blessed succumb. 2 years past, a swarm of Sin Eaters did lay waste unto their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in so doing. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on. Wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For a mercy, Y'shtola hath provided that which they sorely needed. They have since endeavored to restore their home, and thither shall we bend our steps to Fort Gone. Oh, I'm supposed to fight this, I guess. Tomato? Oh, I see. I'm also supposed to fight this. So that was an interesting enemy design we just witnessed. It could be. Also, now that I'm thinking about it, it is funny that you suggested the alias of Tom Ato, like Ash of Pokemon, and then we very quickly ran into this monster that is a tomato beast. I did not remember that enemy. Huh, are there a lot of them that unfold? I never really thought about it. Oh, I figured it was unintended. That just makes it funnier. Well, where is this friend of yours we've come to meet? Urianger said they were rebuilding, but there's no one here. We both know how Urianger enjoys painting pictures with his words, but he did not exaggerate about this place. Doesn't seem very rebuilt. Maybe it was attacked again.
I see little sign of recent activity, nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction. Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Nod.
Now, surround them!
Ah, it was a trick. This is a good place to ambush someone. Yeah, that makes sense. Even Emmett Selk is raising his hands.
These senators, they're not like the others.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
How is it they could speak?
It's a Sin Eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
Hi. Please, we're not Sin Eaters. Kupo? Or ... This is a very silly option. What happens? I guess I have to pick it. She just smiles so hopefully.
That will seem a lot less amusing when we are forced to kill them.
Sorry, Thancred. Sucro's expression here is also very good, like it was a second ago. It did catch them off guard, though.
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives.
Do you have to phrase it that way?
You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so I retire to the shade. Good luck.
Yeah, alright, whatever. You're not gonna help our case by being weird like that.
There! Did you see that one disappear?
He's not really with us.
I think I preferred La Habrea.
Oof. Coming from you, that's saying quite a lot. Anyway.
Enough. Runar, report.
We know that voice.
Master Matoya!
It's Master Matoya. A small meme, huh?
We apprehended them as you ordered, but are you certain these are Sin Eaters?
Oh yeah, that's fair.
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not Sin Eaters, then what?
Reminder that Y'shtola sees people as the ether. Reminder that we've absorbed the ether of multiple Sin Eaters at this point.
'Tis passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not? Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether.
Mine ether
Master
has
Matoya,
become...
hath time truly made strangers of us?
Mine ether hath become more radiant recently.
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
2 light
Just
wardens.
so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company. The one I know not. There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us.
Sucro just needs to say, I'm a cat,
Though
and
she is
Y'shtola
but
will
recently
immediately know.
arrived here in the first, not one but 2 Light Wardens have already perished by her most puissant hand.
I'm a cat.
It cannot be.
It's been too long, clearly. Nice to see you too, Master Matoya, or let's not say that in quotes. Or you truly thought me a Sin Eater. Oh, she looks so sad. No. Poor Sucro.
Master Matoya?
This is where it gets really obvious whenever they can't say the Warrior of Light's name. I mean, it's been obvious for the whole game, really. And of course they can't, that makes sense.
Lower your weapons. Forgive us this hostile welcome.
The fact that some of them very slowly lowered their weapons and some of them did the, like, instantaneous weapon sheathing animation is kind of silly.
Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Rak'tika and its people.
Nod. Lahi? That's going to happen every time a cutscene fades. I didn't expect her to be so imposing in person. That ended a lot better than it might have, no thanks to Emmett Selk. That she should imagine her a stranger. You've been busy since arriving in the first, I gather, but I would hear the tale of your travails in more suitable surroundings. With Fort Gone yet to be rebuilt, the Knights Blessed have made their home in a settlement to the northeast. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate and you will find me soon enough. I wonder if Sucro's currently very bright ether is like bright enough that it's difficult for Y'shtola to like see around Sucro. Or like if it is bright enough to be painful to look at even with ether vision. Or is it just very concerning? Or maybe all of those. There you are, I was beginning to worry. Much like the Twelves would, this forest has a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. Hint, this is a reflection of the Twelves would, I guess. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. I discovered a new location. Wow. I'm glad. That was sort of like the intention I had when I started replaying this game, was to pick up more of the story. And also just to re-experience it again. But I guess, like, I probably don't remember much of the story. And, like, even the stuff I've experienced as Sucra, I've already forgotten a lot. But it's still fun to play through it. I forget a lot of details easily. I say that, and yet I continuously refer to stuff like that. I'm not supposed to know that. So, yeah, so maybe I'm just not giving myself enough credit as usual. All are welcome here at Slitherbow, though there have been few, if any, newcomers since the attack at Fort Gone. Yeah, I'm excited for the stuff that I haven't seen before. Knight's blessings upon you. Is there aught you need, friend? What do you do here? I am but a simple worshipper of the dark, a follower of the Knights Blessed. When not tending to my chores, I teach the children their letters and share with them what little history I know. I also teach them the importance of respect for their peers. The Knights Blessed judge not by appearances, but by the content of one's character. What kind of place is this? Silence and sanctuary, that is what you find in Slitherbough, so aptly named for the broad branches above us and the serpentine shadows they cast on our village. Our founding was over 90 summers past. The flood had taken near everything from the people back then, and when all hope seemed lost, they came to realize that where there is light, there must be darkness. That realization led to the worship of dark you see before you. In the end, we settled here in Rak'tika, where the shade of the trees serves to remind us of our faith. We live a simple life, but it has not been without its hardships. 2 years past, another of our settlements, Fort Gon, was razed to the ground when the Sin Eaters attacked. But thanks to Master Matoya, we've managed to restore some semblance of normalcy to our lives. Thank you, Rendia. That was a lot of information. But yeah, I probably remember more than I give myself credit for, and think about stuff more than I give myself credit for, and basically everything more than I give myself credit for. Compared to the guardians of Yixmala, we are but children newly come to the Greatwood, but they leave us be so long as we keep away from their territory. Yixmaja? I don't know what that is. Yaxmaja? Many creatures we know and do not know call the Greatwood home, so it has been since antiquity. Those that pose a threat to Slitherbough we deal with using all means at our disposal, and there's no greater means than knowledge. Sucro enthusiastically agrees with this. Sucro loves learning. I'm going to explore the premises a little bit before talking to the story characters. Ingvar, yeah, the darker. The music faded out. This seems important. We've heard of such a thing being important in the Knights Blessed's rituals, I believe. Is there something about Ingvar? We use these jugs to produce yeast. Of all the goods we have to trade, it is perhaps the most valuable. Hell yeah, bread making. Fair enough. We've also got Merrill, we've got Davith. There's all sorts of names around here. I'd wager this is Yashtola's room, perhaps. I appreciate that she has a bookshelf with nothing on it and like a pile of books right next to the floor. Or like right next to it on the floor. Technically also right next to the floor by being on the floor. Sucro approves of this decoration. The empty bookshelf with a pile of books next to it's pretty funny, though. I could see Ingvar being an NPC in Pokemon Coliseum, yeah. I once knew twins who had hair just like yours. We may appear secluded here in the Greatwood, but we do on occasion trade with the Crystarium and Mordsuk. Dyed goods for pottery, yeast for meats and other foodstuffs. Only what we find absolutely necessary. A great many of the plants near Slitherbough can be used to make dye. Though but tatters of their former glory, the purple standards surrounding the village's entrance are a testament to the abundance of materials at our disposal. I believe traditionally, in the real world, part of why purple was associated with royalty was that it was a very difficult and expensive dye to make. So the fact that the Knights Blessed have access to purple might actually be kind of significant. There really are a lot of materials for dye making in the Greatwood, I guess. Don't you wag your finger at me. Have you heard? The Warrior of Darkness has returned knight to Lakeland and Ilmeg. I imagine it won't be long before the prayers of the Greatwood are answered as well. That's the hope. Sucro winks at the camera. There's a barrier there. Yeah, the dyes are probably extra valuable to Yulmore, now that you mention it. That's probably true as well. I am at least okay at the game. I mean, no, that makes sense, because Yulmore is very concerned about, like, wealth and presentation and all that. It doesn't look like they lack dyes or other extravagant goods, but they would probably still be interested in trade of that manner. It does bring up the question of how they actually get all of their supplies, now that you mention it. To make their home here and so... To make their home here and so swiftly would surely have required no small amount of ingenuity. A most impressive feat, wouldst thou not agree? Finally, a place to rest. Also, thank you to people for saying I'm good at the video game. Have you ever seen such a tree? To think these are only the roots. You know, I hadn't looked up yet. That is pretty cool. And I see what they mean about the purple standards being in tatters, but they are still purple, I guess. Though the purple seems a bit faded as well, compared to what we saw in the church. And it's a different shade of purple, too. This is a more red purple, and in the church that we passed through, it was a more bluish purple, or maybe that was just the lighting. I'm not entirely certain.
Slitherbow is the largest of the blessed settlements.
That's also true.
They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself.
I wonder if the eternal light would have that property. Would it do that, or is it too otherworldly to function similar to sunlight?
It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood.
Looking around. Ah. Nod.
I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people.
Nod. We don't need a grand
Now,
feast.
I would
it's
hear
okay.
of your travels away from prying ears. Come.
Unfortunately, a certain Ascian is always prying. I'm noticing that the candle flames are 2D textures that don't animate. This is not a problem, it's just something I've noticed
I see.
abruptly.
And now you seek the Light Warden of rak'tika.
Also very, very fun that they put the Matoya's Cave music here as well. I mean, she is Master Matoya right now. It makes sense, but it's fun that they've done that.
In the days after I arrived in the First, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. and thus did I strike out on my own.
Sorry, that word is pronounced penchant? I've been saying it wrong? I thought it was penchant. I think it can be either, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this is why Y'shtola doesn't much trust the Crystal Exarch, because he's so secretive. That makes sense. Oh, I say it a different, correct way. Matoya's theme with the cat sound font from Mario Paint. I feel compelled to check if someone has done that on the YouTube. Matoya, Mario Paint. I typoed and got YouTube Shorts. I've entered hell. Matoya's theme from Final Fantasy on Mario Paint. There are multiple ones, but they don't appear to use the cat instrument. Alas. At least not from the thumbnail.
My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I've come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
I think it'd be funny if, like, in the background of this cutscene, like, Minfilia was, like, picking up the books on the floor and putting them back on the shelf, quietly. I don't know if she's exactly the sort of person who would do that, but I get the feeling like she would want to do that. I don't know why I get this feeling.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka.
Though she has already described Matoya as imposing, and generally doesn't seem to... Seems like the type to be worried about upsetting anyone, so she probably wouldn't touch anything. But it is funny to imagine somebody just quietly shelving all of the books in the background during this whole moment. Anyway, the Empire of Ronka.
A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya.
Ixmaya. I was closer the first time I said it because I accidentally misread the J as an I, but that's how we're pronouncing this J. As is done sometimes.
Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded.
Ixmaya. Will I remember this? No. But I'll do my best.
Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force. They offer no warnings, and suffer no trespasser to escape.
Well, time to go into their territory. Oh, what is with these... These shoes look like hell. Like, I've already heard tales of how difficult walking in heels is, but if the heels was 2 separate cones, surely that's worse. And if you're walking through the wilderness, these are like the worst shoes ever conceived. Fondue fork. I guess if you were planning on using your shoes as a weapon, they might be effective. But other than that, they seem like a very questionable design, both in terms of, like, existing in this world where we're at, and in terms of whoever designed this armor in the game design sense. Why did you make double cone heels? I've never tried to wear heels, and I probably never will, but I would especially not wear these. Anyway.
Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
Well, time to walk straight in there.
Mayhap the Warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
You know, when you put it that way, imagining a very strange but technically sort of practical idea of, like, using them as, like, tent stakes, that's very funny. Also, I'll I'll just simply walk in there and use my invulnerability when they start shooting arrows at me. And then for its duration, I'll just loudly explain that I mean them no harm. And see if that does anything. And if it doesn't, I've got all my other mitigations to rotate through. It'll be fine, don't worry. It's fine. Anyway. We also found this.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me.
Maybe. I don't think Y'shtola has those heals. It was the mysterious people we haven't learned about that were shown wearing them. And I don't know if they would have access to anything of that nature. Y'shtola immediately thinking, the Exarch was totally just waiting to give this to me to, like, try and seem better, huh? Yeah, probably.
Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Y'shtola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd.
Fair enough.
But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
Time to dunk on Thancred, yeah! Gasp. I've been dunked.
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. If you'll excuse me.
No, I think she would have also dunked on you in the source, Thancred. Sorry, Minfilia.
He understands that I'm not the same. That I'm not her.
Does he?
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life. But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head?
Reminder that not only is Thancred being dunked upon at all times, if I remain a tank for the majority of Shadowbringers, he will never be able to participate in another dungeon. Which is also dunking on him, in a way. And I think this is still funny. Or perhaps I still think this is funny. One of those two arrangements of words is correct. I wish I'd never. Poor Minfilia. When Y'shtola first arrived in the First, she made swift work of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Her thirst yet unsated, she then journeyed hither seeking the wisdom of Ronka. She found little in the way of welcome from the Blessed, however. It was not until the Great Fire, where she denied the Sin Eaters a feast of ether, that she gained their trust. Since then, I have served as liaison, I think is how you say that, to Slitherbow and the Crystarium, that she might be kept abreast of the others' efforts. I don't know why I forgot how to say that word in the middle of saying it. So Y'shtola immediately read every book and then was like, I need more books. Time to go into the woods. Sucro's just like nodding in complete understanding at this, probably. I'm not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He's ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstances. I can but imagine how Alize and Alphino have changed since arriving here in the first. Ha! Yeah, the Cabinet of Curiosity is indeed the library in the Crystarium. Change is part of life. We can but hope it's changed for the better, or perhaps you should be concerned with how you have changed. Opportunity to be mad at Y'shtola for some reason, but I don't know what about exactly. I don't feel like Y'shtola has notably changed much, so I don't know why this is here. Change is but part of life. Or change is part of life. We can but hope it's changed for the better. You're right. After my untoward remarks to Thancred, no doubt he thinks I changed for the worst. I will have to speak with him later. I guess she changed in the sense that she was extra rude to Thancred or something in that cutscene. And yeah, like, she could have changed a lot, but like, what we've seen so far all seems in character for Y'shtola to me. Returning to the matter at hand, I really must begin work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you should take a look about Slitherbow. If there's anything you need, pray speak with Runar at the plaza. I guess we could see some hints at subtle changes, but she still seems like she's Y'shtola. So I don't think Sucro or I would have said that second option. I have instructed Runar to help you with anything you should require. I guess she seems like a little more, possibly a little more outwardly obsessed with like gaining knowledge. And maybe a little bit more rude or suspicious of everyone. But I think she has plenty of reasons for all of those. Anyway, hey Runar, what's up? Welcome, friend, welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? I guess that's the way to put it. I'm Sucro, and I am from where the Crystal Exarch is from. Or the Crystarium, I guess. Yeah, that's also true, I suppose. From the Crystarium, I see, and this tablet you've brought may help us find the Light Warden here in Rak'tika. Well, you are welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, anything for the guests of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you, she means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? If not for her, we may have all perished in the Great Fire. With our priests slain and our home in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back, and with her sage guidance, we were able to rebuild. Before long, she became a central figure in our community, a great oak within whose shadow many have come to find solace. That is not to say that there were not those hesitant to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again now that she is with us, and I have no doubt the others feel the same. She is as much a part of the Knights Blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all she does in service to the Dark. But you did not hear this from me, yes? Now, you should know there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to so long as they reside within Slitherbow. To show reverence to the dark? In a word, yes, but fear not, it is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me. Nod. I thought Master Matoya kept her room dark because she didn't need the light, but they're all like hers, aren't they? You know, I didn't think about that. Should you see any of our people come to this chamber, they have likely returned from a journey beyond the borders of rak'tika. We use the water stored here to cleanse ourselves of the light's impurity. A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment that I might rid you of the light's impurity? Absolutely. I will respect your customs without hesitation. As one should. As Runar lightly sprays you with water, your skin begins to tingle. Perhaps it is not simply regular water. And with that, you've been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has the water been treated in some way? Only blessed by our priests. They are practiced in the arcane arts. As such, it is said their prayers imbue the water with a faint dark energy. A prickling sensation? No one has ever spoken of such a reaction before. Oh. Is that good? Does that have anything to do with the amount of light ether that we're currently made of? Is that fine? Is there a problem here? I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. And you are related to the Oracle of Light, so you also have a light aspected deal going on, sort of. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect, unless... By the gods, Master Matoya was right, you are Sin Eaters! I jest. What you felt was likely no more than the chill of the water. I was concerned for a second, Runar. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherbow. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Alin Tuta. In the language of Ranka, it is one of several ways one might say good evening. The world is not as safe as it once was, and this greeting lets us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. I was right about Minfilia really not wanting to upset anybody. She's probably thinking about this constantly. Laughter. You need not worry. Merely speak the words Alin Tuta and they will know you as friends of the Blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. They are likely to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways. Nod. While in the chat mode, say, enter Alin Tuta to greet the villagers of Slitherbow. No need to be shy, my friend. The Blessed are a warm and welcoming people. Alin Tuta. The elderly woman smiles warmly. It'd be funny if they made you go say this to Y'shtola. Alin Tuta. Alin Chusi, welcome, friend. I take it you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in near everything you see. But fear not, our medicinal tea will keep you healthy. Ask and it is yours. Thanks. That is a very helpful warning. There is poison. I guess I didn't go in here before. Alin Tuta. Ah, a newly come traveler. Alin Chisi, and welcome to Slitherbow. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are a quiet and taciturn people. I was just told you were warm and welcoming. Silent and serene as the sunless sea. The quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and other dangers here in the woods. You know, that makes sense. Tread lightly, friend, and may the shadows keep you. I didn't speak to the people in here. I still remember when I first came here as a child. Everyone was still dressed in garbs of all sorts and colors. We'd yet to find any sense of community back then. My brother and I came here 2 years ago after the Great Fire. It still hurts to think of home and all that we've lost. Yeah, I see how I missed this room before. Ah, Minfilia has also returned. I hope your stroll about Slitherbow proved enlightening. Do you mean enshading? Huh? No? Okay. Everyone was so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but I'm already starting to feel at home. There's still much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see now how they've built such a thriving community. I can see now how they've come to thrive in these woods, even with all the Sin Eaters. A helping hand. Ah, you are returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we have had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions, or there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Nod. Nod. Speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodgings for your stay. As friends of Master Matoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend a hand... It would be my pleasure, or I'd rather not. Main character options to be rude increasing. But I would definitely love to help. Leave it to me. We are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. All I ask is that you take a jug and water the crops in the square. Those are rather large. May I help too? Of course. One of you can do the filling and the other the watering. Speak with Ursabel when you've finished. She will be relieved to hear that the crops have been tended to. While you take care of that, I will see to your room and a warm meal. Right then, I'll fill, you water. Nod. This was the only jug I could find which was small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. You'll need to hurry to the garden before all the water leaks out. Take the jug of water to the square before the contents leak out. You will have 45 seconds to complete the task. But why? But why, though? This is very silly. But also, that's a lot of time. You've watered half the plot. Fetch another jug of water to take care of the rest. If you say so. There's also a side quest available here that I will need to look into. Yeah. Gotta get the big Oron sword. Trading quest stuff. Was there enough water in the pot? Only half? I see. Well, let me refill the jug for you. You have 30 seconds. Time has been shortened. Are we to assume that the crack in the pot grew wider? Or what, exactly? The whole plot has now been thoroughly watered. Excuse me. Well met, travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? We were told to help you water the crops. You watered the crops? Ah, my apologies for not noticing sooner. I've been rather distracted of late. Watering the crops was always Tadia's duty, but she's no longer with us. We have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. Is there anything else we can do to help? We could plant something if you like. There is no need. The plot is small, it's true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We ask for no more. I don't know how you manage. Have the Blessed not considered leaving? Life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, do you know our history? How our faith came to be? We know some of it. Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the wake of the flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own in the rak'tika greatwood. I see you've read your history. But there is a history that is told and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything. Their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none could say what became of the souls of those lost to the flood when their bodies were reborn as sin-eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, their gods having drowned along with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in that truth they found new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond these burning skies and the sunless sea above. That is why we pray, for the safe passage of wayward souls into that blessed black abyss, for the return of the night, that we might someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with our own eyes. We remain in these woods for the selfsame reason our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity, with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of our faith. With so many seeking paradise in Yulmore, it's refreshing to find people who value a humbler existence. You are kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to their worldly possessions. In times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not to hold fast to material things, but to hold those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they have left us. This we must do for them, our children, and generations yet unborn. Gasp. To keep their legacy alive. Heck, Shadowbringers is so well written. Jeez. Heck and dang. People from all walks of life are welcome among the Knights Blessed. Our faith in the dark is infinitely greater than the sum of our differences. What sort of side quest is over here? What does Varthon want? What we do for family. You're that guest Master Matoya was telling us about. Please, you have to help me. I've searched high and low, but I can't find my friend Carnes anywhere. I fear he's run off to Fort Gone again. It's where we grew up, but it was abandoned years ago after the Sin Eaters attacked. The place is teeming with all manner of beasts now, and Master Matoya has expressly forbidden anyone from setting foot there. I don't know what's gotten into him lately, but we have to find him before he gets hurt. If you should find him first, you'll want to tell him our password, Tuktu. He's the skittish sort, so don't delay in telling him so he'll know you mean no harm. Three, two, one. No. 3, 2, 1. Lahi? Every time. The fact that the song starts right out of the gate with that probably contributed to it being so mimetic. There's a quest over here called, or a fate over here called Attack of the Killer Tomato. Because of course there is. Aha. Tuktu. You're from Slitherbow? Barthen must have sent you then. I was fine until that damned beetle. It's only a scratch, but I'm starting to feel numb and my vision's grown clouded. Worst of all, I dropped my only vial of serum somewhere in these damned woods. Could you find it for me? I'll do my best, Carnes. Discarded bottle. Everyone knows about the venomous beetles. So you came back after all. There you are. Did you find it? A vial of all-purpose anti-venom, common among the Knights Blessed. Thank you. I should be fine now after a bit of rest. What were you thinking coming back here? You could have been killed. I had to, Varthen, for my father. And now we can just ignore the rest of that quest line, I guess, if we want to. The structure of the ether currents continues to be funny. I don't remember anything about that one. So I think I'll just continue. Recommend doing their quests later, but not now. Well, I'll probably forget. But I'm more interested in the main story right now, I think. But before we continue that, it might be a good time for another small break. So I will be right back. Hello, I have returned. I had the thought while I was away that, oh right, I'm probably supposed to advertise myself a little bit in the middle of streams. But also the rotating information panels already explain my schedule and everything, and what I'm likely to be doing. So, hello, it's me, Robin. I stream video game. I aim for 3 times a week, if possible. Many of those times it is this game. Sometimes it is not. If you would consider following or subscribing, that would be very helpful. But don't feel like you need to. I should probably practice an advertising pitch or something. That is what streamer is supposed to do, yes? Maybe. Done tending to the crops already? Indeed. Bow. Very good. It should not be long before your room is ready. Runar! Uh-oh, what's happened? In the woods, Sin Eaters, I fear they may have the touch. Where? In the grove to the southwest. For a mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Slitherbough. Then we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. But sir, what of Tadia's Heartstone? It must be retrieved before the service. Of all the times for Sin Eaters to appear. Nod. Are you just going to leave them alone? Under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate in striking the beasts down, but if they indeed have the touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own. What was that you said about a stone? A few days past, Tadia, a child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by the Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All of the Knights Blessed are given such a stone at birth. It is the most valuable possession one can own. It is custom to present the heartstone of the deceased at their funeral as an offering to the heavens. But now... Shake head. Hey, guess what? We're immune to corruption, probably. What if I could find it for you? I have experience fighting Sin Eaters, and the Light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia, descended from the Oracle? Nod. Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the Blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need and I can help. Please let me do this. Very well, but if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. Nod. I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? Don't worry, I'll come with you. Thank you. With you at my side, I'm certain we can deal with him in no time at all. Go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both. I guess these two aren't going to question Sucro, or whether or not Sucro is immune to the Light's corruption. Do not be reckless. We would be glad to have our Heartstone returned to us, but it is not worth both of your lives. Please, I beg of you, we must have that gem. I don't think they've been told that Sucro is the warrior of darkness or anything. I think that is still supposed to be a secret, right? So they just recognize somehow that Sucro is a formidable warrior, or is it because Master Batoya thought she was a Sin Eater, that they suspect something? I don't know. Maybe they expect I will be serving primarily a support role, while Minfilia takes care of the Sin Eaters. It should be around here somewhere, I think. There, the Sin Eaters. Ah, this sort. A sort where we've seen similar ones before. I was hoping there would be only one. Or there would only be one. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. What do you propose we do? Fighting them together here would make a lot of noise, which might attract beasts or other eaters. But if we fought them separately and quietly, we might not have to worry about that. Nod. Alright then, I'll draw one away while you handle the other. I like that we have the option to ask what Minfilia thinks we should do, and also that Minfilia is not super surprised by us asking this. I guess she does technically have more experience fighting them than I do. You are under attack. Forgiven Dissonance. So this is not exactly a type we've seen before. I really need to remember Confiteor. I'm just so used to... I have the muscle memory for using Holy Spirit after Requiescat. I could always switch Confiteor and Holy Spirit's location on my buttons as a prank on my muscle memory, if I wanted to. Oh, that's a fate. I got confused by that for some reason. Minfilia has also successfully destroyed the Sin Eater. Oh, she's a little winded, though. Sucro, there you are. It's done, though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. Are you alright? I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find that Heartstone. They said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the brush. I could cast Clemency, Minfilia. I do have a heal. That would help. I know it's a light-based heal, so maybe it's not the best idea, but, you know, still. Ah. Oh, there's multiple points of interest to search. There seems to be no trace of the Heartstone here. No trace here either. Where could it be? So these are the two we've already looked at, right? It's a fairly wide area. It must be here somewhere. It's not sneakily hiding in there anywhere. This is where these two are. It's different. It's not one of those two spots. Okay, I thought these flowers over here were a spot I could interact with because I saw the blue. Lahi. Uh-oh. I don't think this is supposed to be difficult to find. Not like particularly, anyway. Is this a spot I've inspected before? I think it probably is. There's nothing there anyway. One could easily get stuck here. Don't know where it could be. I only saw 2 clear interact points, which I already checked. Those 2. We'll check again. Yep, nothing. I think I've been checking the edges in the center. Oh. I don't think I saw this one. I think I missed this one. Oh, it is near the other NPCs, which is... This one's taking longer to interact. It was near the NPCs, so I was distracted and thinking they wouldn't put 2 points of interest in the same place. You brush away the leaves and uncover a brilliant green gem. Alright, we got there. I also struggle with, like, sense of direction-based stuff, so, like, it was difficult for me to tell where I had already checked and, like, what was different. Did you have any luck? A keepsake once belonging to Tadia of the Knights Blessed. It's beautiful. This has to be it. You know, Thancred always said you were a woman of many talents, and I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have so much to learn if I'm to be even half the hero you are. The hero she was. I'm sorry, forget I said anything. We should hurry back to Slitherbough. Runar and the others are probably worried. My many talents, such as fighting and finding items. I guess. I could teleport, but I'm apparently inclined to take my time and save my gil. I've just realized that my amount of gil and my inventory sections of the UI are covered up by me. You can never see how little money I have, haha. Well, out with it then. Thancred, I can explain. Thancred, don't be mean. Thancred, don't be mean challenge. Difficulty impossible. Thank goodness you are safe. I had begun to fear the worst. By all that is dark, you found it! We can proceed with her service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits into the sunless sea in the hereafter. I am Ghosts! You cannot see my money! Ha ha ha! Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, so long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Thancred. Words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the Blessed. I must insist you and your friends attend Tadia's service as honored guests. There's still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others it will be held in the darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Sukra and I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away, and we helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but they really needed our help. There were Sin Eaters, and as long as she accompanied you, but do try to be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse. How did you... Let's just say a little bird told me, and it's telling me now that Sukro has business with us. Is something the matter? We were asked to attend the ceremony. They've asked us to attend the service. Of course we'll go. It's being held in the darker, is it? We'll take care not to be late, I promise. Between your earlier excursion and my patrol of the area for Sin Eaters, hopefully Y'shtola and Urianger will be able to finish their work in peace. It's such a relief to know everything is going as planned. I'll join you in the darker shortly. I guess Thancred was overall slightly reasonable. Yeah, this is the area we saw earlier. And this is why it's important. Or one of the many reasons it's important. The elderly woman hands you a candle. She then points over at a nearby corner where you might place it. A handmade candle of the Knights Blessed. It burns an eerie blue when lit.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
I don't see why not.
Let us begin. I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menin. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers. we entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
Yeah, this is a very good section of Shadowbringers for sure. That's what I was expecting. There's a lot of them. As you might expect, things are difficult on the first.
We call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul unto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
I'll do my best, Runar. I mean, what? Tsuko looks determined. I don't know if it was clear that they would bring up the Warrior of Darkness, or that they would I don't know. It makes sense. I don't remember if the Warrior of Darkness was mentioned in the context of the Knights Blessed already, is what I'm trying to say.
I am told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks.
I do what I can to help.
The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people.
I guess we're having this explained now.
And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
Well, I mean, nobody knows that I'm the Warrior of Darkness, but still. I should like to have met her. You know I don't deserve such reverence, or ... Tsuko would 100% say option 2 here. As would I, most likely.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing.
I'm just a cat, said very sadly. That's what we're here to do,
Their prayers
Menphilia.
would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will?
I agree.
Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact.
Oh?
Urianger and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Wondering if weird sounds happened through the microphone again, though they probably didn't. Sometimes there's weird sounds that just happen in the world. I think it's very interesting how nobody responded specifically to Sucro saying You know I don't deserve such reverence. Nobody had a response to this. Maybe none of them expected it. It's just kind of fascinating to think about. We finished deciphering the tablet, but what will be on it? I think that was one of the easiest choices for, like, what is the most in-character option for Sucro to pick here. And I guess also myself. Probably, yeah. Hopefully Y'shtola has good news to share. A chance to reclaim the night has lit a fire in Menphilia that I would see kindled. What do you suppose she's gleaned from the tablet? I have no doubt that will find the contents of the tablet most informative. Good, you're here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift, our next course of action is now clear. Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light. Much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Ronkan Empire, and was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unceasing war with neighboring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In their desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to their allies. This was one such petition. And you think this ancient petition will somehow help us to get into Ixmaya? Indeed we do. For etched into this tablet is a method by which one may prove themselves an ally of the Ronkan Empire. Provided we are able to decipher said instructions, we may entreat the ruins' protectors to grant us safe passage. The problem, however, is I presently lack the resources to decipher them in their entirety. We have but one recourse. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronkan text and translations into a more modern dialect which came into use after the fall of the Empire. I am confident it will suit our purposes. Where can we find this monument? Here in Citia, quite close to Slitherbow, in fact. The good news ends there, however, for it is in the possession of a rather radical faction of Dark Worshippers, the Children of the Everlasting Dark. If I am to study the monument, I must infiltrate their encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text I need. To ensure that I will have enough, I'm afraid I must ask you and Thancred to assist me. Nod. And before you even ask, the answer is no. If we're to remain unseen, our group must be as small as possible. Alright, I'll stay here until you return. We won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep her safe. Bow. Then let us convene outside, to the west of Slitherbow, where the path diverges. I completely forgot about the Children of Everlasting Dark. Entirely. Hello, Ixion. Take care, Sucro. For my part, I shall make all possible preparations that Y'shtola may begin translating the tablet upon her return. I forget, is Ixion a Shadowbringers fate boss? I think that's the case, but I'm not 100% sure. It's just that a Stormblood fate boss, gotcha. There have been multiple times recently where someone using the Ixion mount has just briefly poked the Ixion into view for some reason. And it's been kind of funny every time. All set. The encampment we seek is to the north, but it would be foolish to simply rush in. A guard has been posted at Cleric to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he has aught to share of their recent activity. But we must tread carefully. There is a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close and stay alert. I would avoid a confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in doing so they cleanse their victims of sin and usher them unto the sunless sea. I would rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. Ah, the classic faction of people who've embraced chaos as an excuse to bring death. There's always one of those somewhere. There's always the people who want to bring death. At least in RPG settings, or like video game settings in general, where there is chaos, there are people who are like, alright, time to kill stuff. I think it's safe to assume from the violence circle that we will in fact encounter some of them along the way. Such as right now. Do not interfere with our work. I remembered Confiteor goes first that time. Eventually, I'll have to remember that Confiteor is a 4-hit combo once I hit level 90. Which will not be a while, or which will probably be relatively soon, but also won't be relevant in like dungeon content for a long time. So I'll have to swap back and forth between what I'm remembering at any given moment. But I can't complain. I could only complain about that really if I were playing as a Black Mage. Because Black Mage has the funny trait of their entire game plan shifts every 10 levels. From what I understand. By the blessed dark. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We would have arrived sooner, but we too had a rather unwelcome visit from the children. You're an acquaintance of Master Matoya, then? My apologies. The children have been acting strange of late, so I thought to take a closer look. I was careless. Strange? What have you seen? Nod. At first there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, the usual gathering of ingredients for poisons from flora and fauna. At times, like, regarding the moves and whatnot, at times like this, I kind of wish that as you unlocked stuff, it was somehow still usable when you were level synced down, so that you wouldn't be fighting muscle memory so much and you would get used to the class skills more. This is something that Guild Wars 2 does that's sort of interesting. With Guild Wars 2, every area has a set level, and you are always synced down to that level. But you never lose any of your options. If you are using like a elite specialization from one of the expansions with like a full set, your entire like hotbar and everything unlocked, which doesn't take too long to be fair, the unlocking of the skills and whatnot, and you go back to like a really early area, you have really early area stats, but you still have everything just as you've set it up. And I kind of wish that this game would just like find a way to sync your stats down while still letting you have what you have. But in some instances, I could see that leading to problems. For example, if you had all of your skills available in a lower level dungeon, but you were partied with someone who was not actually at max level yet and didn't have their entire skill set, I could see that leading to problems, at least like possible toxicity and whatnot. Like, OMG, Red Mage, why are you not cast for Raise? I report you because the Red Mage is not level 64 yet, or whatever. And I don't know how you would deal with that situation. That would be interesting. Maybe. Maybe something like that could work. But then I took notice of their venomous spiders. They've been breeding them in much greater numbers. It's as if they're preparing for something. Ah, they're making more spiders. I see. Any ideas as to what? It could be anything, really. If it meant the end of the Blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with spiders to our advantage. That's a great text box out of context. If we were to introduce a threat to the nests where they keep them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are a natural predator of spiders. Set them loose on the nests, and we would have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment. What a mischievous plan. I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies long enough to secure their hives. Have you anything we might be able to use? We should have smoke bombs at the outpost just over there. Then it's settled. Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search about for beehives. I imagine the bees won't take too kindly to your visit, but once they're knocked out, take the beehives and bring them back here. 2 will suffice, I should think. Nod. You don't think that's how bees or spiders work? I don't know enough to agree or disagree. And we can always just dismiss any concerns well, that's how they work on the first, I guess. It's fine, this is just a reflection of bees. And a reflection of spiders, it's different. Or something. Also, that is true. Beehive. Use a smoke bomb on the beehive. A handmade device crafted by the Knights Blessed to produce copious amounts of smoke. Time to make bees angry. The bees begin to swarm. Soldier bee cloud. If you were watching closely, you could have seen that there was some evidence of lag there. Maybe. Because, well, you might not have been able to see that at all, because you would have to identify that I was mashing a button and it wasn't doing anything. Use a large burlap sack to take bees from the beehive. Video game objectives. Sure exist. Buzzing burlap sack. For God's sake, don't let them out. Large burlap sack. A burlap sack large enough to fit a dwarf. The icon is slightly different. Some spiders are capable of flight due to electromagnetic currents and web balloons, and you're not kidding? What? Would this be an appropriate time to remind everyone that I have to some degree, a phobia of insects? I don't know if I want to hear about electromagnetic balloon spiders too much, as interesting as that sounds. Typically, it's more of a phobia of seeing the insects in reality and not in like a video game context. But I don't know if I want to hear about a lot of scary spider facts, is all. No, I'm being complimented. Something about summoning a giant blade of light through the ground to attack bees just seems absurd, maybe. If there are spiders that work like that, then surely there are bees that work like a spider counter. That doesn't seem too unreasonable to expect. Were you able to find any? It's like how in some Fire Emblem games there's weapons that reverse the weapon triangle, you know? This is the second time I've referred to something that exists in Fire Emblem Fates today. There's a type of bee that reverses the weapon triangle that bees and spiders are a part of. Were you able to find any? The guard returned to Slitherbow, but not before offering his thanks. As for the beehives, Thancred and I were successful in acquiring what we need. How did you fare? Casually hands Y'shtola 2 sacks of bees. This is more than enough. The children are certain to be displeased. Let us hurry before the bees begin to stir. The bag is sealed tight, but I'd rather not keep the bees buzzing about in there longer than we have to. The children's settlement is to the west, a place they call Woven Oath. According to the guard, there's an airway apart from the entrance which leads to the spiders' nests. If the fates are kind, the way will be clear. This quest step is called a Beautiful Plan. Emphasis on the bee part. Because of course it is. This was definitely the way I was intended to cross the river. It's a bit of a shame that I'm not in a level range where the enemies actually mean anything in the overworld, but also it does expedite things, I suppose. We should move quickly before any of the children arrive. Up there is the airway. Do you see it? A bit far, perhaps, but we should be able to toss the bag through. Though we should probably loosen the ropes keeping it closed, enough that it falls open when it lands inside. May I do the honors? Thancred, world-famous bee thrower. That should do it. Now we wait. Did you only throw one? We have, like, multiple... What is that? Bees by the abyss, they're everywhere! Help, someone help, we have to save the spiders!
To the stars. The song of nature. Someday the moment will come. Find a technician.
Destroy!
They need to find a spider technician. It sounds like our plan is working. Still, it's quite likely not all were drawn away from their posts. If you should come to blows with the children, I'll see to it that any signs of struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create a distraction to buy Y'shtola more time. Destroyed. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Nod. Your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt that it will come to that. Or I sincerely doubt it will come to that. Why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of my loafing about bored in the shadows? Come now, Thancred, the shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you both are ready. Is Thancred also a Warrior of Darkness? Why does Thancred get to share that title? Go on, I'll be right behind you. More like the Warrior of Dunkness, because he keeps getting dunked on. A Gunbreaker of Darkness? That makes me wonder. Hey there, everyone. Good thing I'm not within aggro level range, so nobody cares. That makes me wonder. We've seen that, like, for example, Brandon is referred to as the Knight of Darkness. A knight being the equivalent of a paladin. What would the equivalent of a Gunbreaker be called in the first? Assuming they exist at all. That's a good plan. I never thought of that. Using a Gatherer to get through stuff like that. The Font of Seeing suggests this is a chamber for prayer. Hilderbreaker? At the very least, they would not place this near potential distractions from their worship. Perhaps the monument is further in. I keep feeling like if they add another tank, I feel like a good class name would be something like Vanguard. But I feel like that could also apply to an alternate shard name of a Gunbreaker, maybe. Perhaps the monument is further in. I might also just be thinking of that because Vanguard is one of the classes that you can use in Phantasy Star Portable 2 and Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinity. Oh yeah, and Mass Effect. Oh yeah, Thancred did get his Gunblade from the Crystarium, I believe. I think that was stated. So they have to have Gunbreakers. Mural. Another mural. Very interesting. And another. What could these mean? I don't quite remember what Mass Effect Vanguards did, but I guess they did have a gap closer. I feel like I should remember that because I played a fair amount of Mass Effect 3's multiplayer. I miss that multiplayer sometimes. I'm sure there are other games like it at this point, but I don't know what they are. I think there should be more PvE co-op focused multiplayer games. Yeah, I sort of remember the charge, yeah. I think I mentioned it before, but my specific idea for what the next tank would be, I've definitely mentioned it before, would be one that uses a twin blade and has references to Final Fantasy IX in it. With my logic being Dark Knight has references to 7, Gunbreaker has references to 8, 9, or the next one should have references to 9, and a twin blade is one of the weapon types Zidane can use that doesn't exist in the game yet. I think Vanguard was like a class name I thought of for that when I was thinking of that idea, and I had like a whole story idea that could be used for them. That was mostly constructed as an excuse for the song You Are Not Alone to play in the finale of the job questline. But also, like, had a very, like, set theme for the job that it would follow. A theme of, like, sometimes you have to do what's right even if it's not what the law says you need to do. Something about... like I think my idea for the questline was something about like an organization that had sort of fallen from glory in a sense, and that they were like supposed to be like fighting for justice or whatever, but didn't want to upset a local authority in some way, and you like slowly convince them to fight back against the authority that's clearly bad and stuff like that. I don't remember all the details. I worded it more eloquently somewhere else. But I think it'd be cool, and that song needs to happen if Final Fantasy IX is referenced. Yes, this is it. I will be but a moment. Keep watch of the entryway. On second thought, would you mind examining the murals on these walls while I look over this? At a glance, I can tell they are old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the Children, in fact. We're not like to come here a second time. 'Twould behoove us to learn all that we can. Nod. Alternate tank, Ratatan twin gun shields. That has nothing to do with anything, but also twin gun shield. What if? Ink is made using ether in this universe, huh? Interesting. Examine the murals and take note of what events they might depict, or they may depict. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Ronkin mural. The mural appears to be very old. A ruler sits atop a throne attended by their subjects. I guess I should mention, though this might be obvious, I guess, if they do add new jobs, which I suspect they probably would, I will A, try them out, somewhat at least on stream, and B, there's a possibility that I might no longer main tank if one of them really appeals to me. I highly suspect that the next two jobs they will add will be physical ranged and magical ranged. No tanks, no healers, no melee. If they add two together in 7.0, that's my guess. And I've gone on at length about possible job ideas that I've had before, like Saboteur and Morpher. Anyway. It's entirely possible that I won't remain a tank if another job turns out to be one that clicks with me super well. My expectation is that I will, like, thinking about it logically, if I maintain the pace that I've been going at, I think I will probably... Can I look at Y'shtola? Yes. I think I could probably talk to Y'shtola from here. What's up, Y'shtola? I yell from across the room. There's nothing to gain from staring at my backside. Now please, I need to concentrate. Oh. I didn't realize that the game would take it that way. Sigh. Anyway, the mural appears to be fairly old. Oh, I didn't finish my thought. I expect that I will probably, I don't know if I will catch up before 6.5 releases, but I think it'd be reasonable to expect that I would catch up in 6.5 while we're all waiting for 7.0. That would be possible, I think. The mural appears to be fairly old. A knight shields himself and their comrades from an encroaching darkness. The central figure is considerably faded. Oh, hey. That group looks very familiar, doesn't it? We've got guy with an axe, we've got guy with a sword and shield, we've got a dwarvish healer, we've got tall wizard, and we've got cat archer. That's just the Warriors of Darkness. It would be good if I could do everything 6.1 through 6.5 without interruption following the structures I've been using. So there's just a mural of the Warriors of Darkness here. Right, I skipped over this one. The mural appears to be ancient. A warrior in the middle stands triumphant over what appears to be a creature of shadow. Other figures surround the warrior, rejoicing in their victory. A little grumpy about how the game interpreted me checking Y'shtola during that sequence, but whatever. It's
These
just
paintings, they seem familiar.
Hey, what's up?
Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this.
You say that, but I don't know. That is a word meant for something specific, oftentimes. It's probably just supposed to be haha funny joke, but I don't like that sort of joke, that's all. Anyway, hey Ardbert. Have you noticed the mural of your crew here? That's clearly your crew.
There was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces.
Unless this was here while you were still around, and this is like a very suspiciously similar crew?
He offered us work when we needed it. Slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was. But he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends. A tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, who was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself.
I appreciate Ardbert doing an impression of this guy.
I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds. But it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder.
Okay, that is you. Fascinating.
Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses.
Maybe he just used a less permanent medium.
Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
I think I'd rather they didn't. Nobody really knows what I'm doing at the moment, at least.
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place. Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
I wonder if it's worth noting that Y'shtola, who sees ether, does not notice the presence of Ardbert and... Well, I was going to say and company, but it's only Ardbert. But Y'shtola doesn't seem to have noticed the presence of Ardbert. That's interesting. Of course, we don't know that he's like an ether ghost or whatever, but like, what does that mean about him? Lahi! Surprise! It's Lahi! I should make a channel point redeem where when you use it, it just does Lahi and that's it. Clearly this would never be used for evil or for funny prank. It'd be used entirely for funny prank. Good to see my distraction proved successful. I believe I now have everything needed to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, Sucro, did the murals appear to be of any significance? Yes. Depictions of heroes from the Age of Gods, the Ronkan Empire, and immediately before the Flood. Very astute observations. Observations that I slightly stole from Ardbert. Perhaps in another lifetime you could be a curator of antiquities. In another lifetime, Sucro could probably be a librarian or is just still a farmer. And I guess that's adjacent to a librarian. That's like if you're a librarian for objects that aren't books, maybe. Sort of. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand, perhaps that knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. I wish they had like fully animated Thancred throwing bees. Book farmer. I'm going to say it's possibly canon that Sucro has mistakenly referred to herself as a book farmer by accident at one point. Through like struggling to say words and ending up saying book farmer, as one might do. I think that I could see that happening. Or maybe she thought it was funny and said it on purpose. Probably the former, but maybe the latter. Let us hurry to Slitherbow. The others are waiting. After we've returned, the two of you should rest a while. No doubt Runar will be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as I discover anything of import, you will be the first to know. Hey Y'shtola, do you think this tablet will allow us to unseal 4 of the 12 legendary weapons by any chance? Oh wait, I already have Excalibur, never mind. Don't worry about it. I have no idea if Sucro doing the relic weapon or anima weapon quest lines is anywhere close to Sucro canon, but I guess she has Excalibur. Or Excalibuncle, as I keep saying. Hence why it's dyed a sky blue. Ah, more side quests. The Great Deceiver. Balin is gravely concerned for a friend. Well, someone looks sinister. Wait, I recognize something that was in that picture. Say, aren't you Sucro? Master Matoya speaks quite highly of you. I'm sure you've more important things to concern yourself with, but I need help and there's no one else I can turn to. It's my friend, Quinfort. Ever since we were young, he's always excelled in the arcane arts. In fact, even now he's training to become a priest of the Knights Blessed. Perhaps the greatest of his gifts is clairvoyance, but I fear it's taken a toll on his mind as of late. He's always been different, but not like this. He's changed, frighteningly so. The others think him no stranger than usual, but they're wrong, and I mean to prove it. You don't know him like we do, which is precisely why I'd like you to talk with him, to get an objective opinion on the matter. Assuming we find out what ails him, I hope there's a way to cure it. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that this one is one I should do in its entirety as soon as possible. Based on the picture that I saw alone. Because I think I remember where this is going. To some degree. Mwahaha! As foretold by the will of the wood, we meet at last. I've been expecting you, Sucro. This is the one you were thinking of earlier? Oh, did you think I was... You mean you thought the one I was doing earlier was this, or... Gasp. No one else must hear of this, not yet. My dreams are plagued with visions of the future. Calamity is upon us, and each night I witness our impending doom. But hope is not yet lost, for the dreams speak to me of a savior in the form of a great serpent. It was revered as a god in the days of the Ronkan Empire, and I believe it yet lives in the greatwood, waiting to be roused from slumber. It has many names. Many would call it the Protector, some the Great Destroyer. The will of the wood demands I find this great serpent. It is our only hope of salvation. I've been chosen, Sucro, to be the savior of Slitherbow. So this is where you two have been hiding. Now that you've gotten to know one another, what do you think? I fear his mind is beyond saving, or his dreams are an ill omen. Honestly, I think Sucro would believe this guy. I think she's seen enough stuff in the world and read about enough stuff in the world that we can't simply ignore this. Also, she's smiling while saying this, apparently. You believe him? Oh dear, I fear I've made a terrible mistake. Also, like, given that this is a parallel to, like, this is a reflection of the 12's Given that this is a reflection of the 12's and there are people who commune with the will of the 12's and the elementals, and Sucro has been to Gridania, this doesn't seem that unusual. He's just got a very bombastic presentation. This isn't that different from that, actually. Please don't tell me you two have communed with the will of a star or some such nonsense. About that, actually... well, you see, Shifty eyes, no. Valen, please, we are in the midst of a most important discussion. When you first began talks of these dreams and delusions, I held my peace, but I won't let you drag anyone else into this. Such narrow-minded thinking is why only I have been chosen by the wood, by the Great Serpent. Yes, Quinfert, whatever you say. You've mocked me for the last time, Valen. I will summon the Great Serpent this very day and prove to you the truth of my visions. Quinfert, wait, where are you going? To meet with misfortune would likely bring him to his senses, but he's my friend and I can't stand the thought of him getting hurt out there. Will you help me look for him? If anything should happen to him, I'll never forgive myself. Nod. Don't worry, this is some of the comedy music. Everything's gonna be fine. The echo allows me to hear background music that adapts to fit the situation. Citation needed. Urianger has tended to Minfilia's wounds, but I fear his garrulous nature has gotten the better of him. What does that mean? Welcome back, Sucro. Now that you're here, there's something I want to ask you. Urianger told me Thancred was something of a rogue in the past. Oh, Urianger has talked too much, and Thancred doesn't like this. As a wolf among sheep, he said. What did he mean by that? Do you know? Well... Thancred used to be even more dunkable than he is currently, if you can believe it. That's an incredible concept. A bard mimic, perhaps. Or a mimic bard. The order in which you arrange those two words probably does make a difference. You try to open a treasure chest and it takes out a violin and starts doing a little dance and playing a little tune instead. You are so befuddled by this that the other monsters in the area are drawn to the sudden song and attack you all and take you by surprise. The mimic is a distraction and a decoy. The monsters are working together. He couldn't have gone far. Over there, I think I see him. A mimic bard would be great, in general, I think. A mimic bard is like the friendly monster encounter Final Fantasy IX style equivalent of finding a mimic in an RPG, I guess. Or at least it could be in some context, if it weren't luring you in and distracting you as I described a second ago. I'm beginning to grow tired of this game. That was an NPC's line, not my opinion of the game, for the record. Enough, Quinfert. Even you should recognize the danger of wandering off alone in these woods. Heh ha ha ha! You really have gone mad, haven't you? Mock me all you like, Valen, but now you will bear witness to the truth with your own eyes. Behold, the divine protector of Ronka, the great serpent of legend. No, it can't be. That's the great serpent? Crowd cheering sound effects. I see nothing great about it. About that, what is it exactly? I refuse to believe that it's a serpent. Please tell me you're joking. Creature. Ha ha ha! Do not be jealous, Valen. The will of the wood works in mysterious ways, and this serpent is the key to our deliverance. Sometimes the key to deliverance is a funny little creature, and this is just facts.
Behold, as the voice of the wood foretold, as the brilliant Quinfert beheld, as the great serpent wills it, I am a cat.
It's true. This quest still unlocks something. Great Serpent of Ronka says, Scree! Look at the Great Serpent of Ronka do a wiggle. He seems to be serious about this. Oh, Great Serpent, I beseech you, grant me the strength to defend the Knights Blessed, to stay the impending calamity that threatens the Greatwood. Scree! I can't believe this is happening. Look, if you want to keep that thing as a pet, I won't stop you, but we really should return home. No, you're right. To remain here any longer could place the Great Serpent in danger. But the question is, how do we transport it? I will not stand to see the Great Serpent debase itself, crawling on its belly like a snake. Just pick up the damn thing, let's go. By the Abyss, Valen, show some respect. I should be the one to carry it, but I fear I am yet unworthy of such a burden. But you could protect the Great Serpent from the threats of the Greatwood, be they beasts or sin-eaters. And now you mean to drag Master Matoya's guest into your schemes? What will the others think when she walks through into Slitherbough, hoisting that thing about? Here, put it in this sack. I will do no such thing. It's clean, dry, and most importantly, you can bring it into Slitherbough unnoticed. Fine, listen, Sucro, the fate of the Greatwood quite literally rests in your hands. It goes without saying we can't afford any mishaps. I suppose we've no choice but to help him. I'll go ahead and find a place to keep his pet away from prying eyes. Deliver the snake-filled sack to Valen in Slitherbough. You will have 150 seconds to complete the task. Arbitrarily. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. Be wary of attacks from enemies, which will sap your strength. Did you think that the gathering water was not practice for anything? Just kidding, it was training for serpent carrying. Tread carefully, Sucro. I will follow shortly after. This is kind of egg mission. Monster Hunter egg sound effect. Or something like that. You know the one. Here I go! Monsters won't attack me because I am too high level for Shadowbringers. So this is mostly trivial. But here I go! I've got a serpent in a bag. The Great Serpent of Ronka. And a bag. I'm not really going directly towards it very effectively, but that's fine. Do you think the Great Serpent of Ronka appreciates this? Or do they get dizzy easily? Time for rotating in the other direction. The fairly ordinary bag of Slitherbow, that's correct. It'd be funny if they added in additional dialogue for everyone around here to react to the bag if you talk to them holding it. Oh, that's Runar, that's very different. Right, okay. Here should be safe, for now at least. Let's have another look at the Great Serpent, shall we? Points. Sucrofunk points at the Great Serpent of Ranka. I wish you could direct the point more. Sneaking. Observing. Observing from stealth. This is very silly. Pay respects. Cheer for the Serpent of Ranka. That's a good question. The little sort of noise? Maybe. Zuko likes the Serpent of Ranka. This is very silly of me to take these pictures, but that's fine. If I can spend 20 minutes jumping around in boxes, then I can spend a little while poking the Great Serpent of Ranka. Sometimes literally. She's going to poke the Great Serpent of Ranka. The expression in the poke animation is very silly. If Mother finds out about this, no shadow will be dark enough to hide from her wrath. Mother? What do you mean by that? Comedy music begins. Good work, you two. Oh, can you believe it? The divine protector of the greatwood here in Slitherbow.
Praise the rotundness of his form, praise his serpentine nature. Pat his adorable nogging and partake of the lovely utterances of scree from his divine being. All praise the Great Serpent of Ranka.
Okay. Nogging. That seems like a verb for when you drink eggnog, I guess. I figured it was a typo, but still. And I know. Within a sack of burlap did the champion carry the divine beast, and beneath the slithering boughs of the greatwood did they find shelter. Chapter 31, verse 5 in the Gospel of Quinford. Pay him no mind, he's merely referring to his dream diary. For the last time, it is not a diary. Have you forgotten how the Gospel foretold the events of that fateful day 2 years ago? How can I when you remind me of it every day? You continue to doubt me, but soon you'll see. Together the Great Serpent and I will save this village and all of the Greatwood from oblivion. Scree, scree! Quinford is so excited. What have we gotten ourselves into? I don't know, but it's a quest line. Scree! Why did the Great Serpent choose this form, I wonder? I hope you're satisfied now that your new pet is safe here in Slitherbow. Scree, scree! And thank you, Sucro. I now understand what's been troubling my friend all this time. I feared this might strain our friendship, but I don't believe this is something we can't overcome. Take care and may the shadows keep you. Wait. Please, Quinford, there's no need to involve her in this any longer. I've been giving thought to the Great Serpent's chosen form, and I think I now understand why it chose to present itself to us in this way. Look closely at the pattern of its scales. I believe they represent the network of currents by which ether flows through rak'tika, the very life force of the greatwood. And there, the scar that intersects them there on its belly, it's an omen of the coming calamity that would disrupt the flow of life in the greatwood. Quinford, stop, it's just a scratch, probably from a rock as it slithered or rolled or did whatever it does to make its way through the forest. All these signs and he still refuses to see like all the others. If the greatwood is to be saved, it's up to us. I can only assume you remain at my side in the hopes of receiving some generous compensation. If that's what it takes, so be it. The scar on the Great Serpent's belly calls to mind Lozado's conquest. That is where you will find the source of this ill omen. Bring it to me and you will have the reward you seek. I should remind you that he's still only an apprentice. I wouldn't expect much, if anything, for your troubles. If this is what happens when you spend too much time around interesting individuals. Still, I can't deny that life would be boring without him. Don't worry about us. I'll make sure nothing happens to Quinford or his new pet. I will stay and keep watch over the Great Serpent. Scree! With 3 exclamation points. The shrill shrieks of the Great Serpent sound troubled. It appears to be showing concern for you. The serpent knows something. Where is our objective exactly? Fair enough. Lahi? I'm not sure if we'll get to a dungeon or a light warden of anything of that sort today. But we did meet the Great Serpent of Ranka, which is pretty important, probably. Oh, that reminds me. Normally Friday would be another stream of this, but also I believe Friday is the release day of Street Fighter 6, and I had been saying I planned to stream World Tour of that.
Everyone stand back, I am going to do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Leahy.
I was caught off guard by her saying it incorrectly. Leahy. Thank you, Callie. But yeah, I'm not sure if I do stream on Friday. I'm not sure if I will stream this or if I will make an exception to the usual schedule and stream Street Fighter 6 a little bit. Or when I'll start that because like I've still got a bunch of other stuff to do too. If only I could stream every day, I guess. You survey your surroundings but find nothing out of the ordinary. Something in the water catches your eye. You brush away the dirt and find a charm of some sort. Quinfert will no doubt be interested to see what you found. The container is sealed shut with blood-smeared talismans. That's probably fine, right? That can't possibly be concerning, right? Glue smeared tape. Using 2 adhesives at once? You must really need to seal that container. Come, Sucro, show me what you found. It's got blood on it. Huh, could it be a charm of some sort? It was exactly where you said it'd be. Then that means your visions were... Now, do you believe in the Great Serpent? Fine, fine, the Great Serpent is real. More importantly, that charm seems familiar. I think I've seen the children use them for their incantations. Yes, I'm sure of it. My father once found one while hunting in the woods. If memory serves, they can be used to invoke powerful fire spells after absorbing enough ether. By the Abyss, if they plan to use them to siphon the Greatwood's life force... My vision will at last come to pass! Ha ha ha! Why are you laughing? Don't you realize how serious this is? That flow of ether you were talking about converges here at Slitherbow, doesn't it? It's why we have that large etherite outside. If the flow is disrupted, our crops would wither, the land would be rendered barren, animals would die. It would mean that the end of our village and all of Rak'tika would likely follow. Pokes the Great Serpent. Nod. O Great One, I beseech you once more, grant us the strength and the wisdom to avert this terrible crisis. Scree! 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 Seeing them like this makes the whole thing seem like nonsense, but there's no denying Quinfert has been right about what would happen thus far. We have to figure out what the children are up to before it's too late. I never thought I'd say this, but I think I might believe Quinfert. That is true, I guess. Scree? But it's fine, probably. The will of the wood would see us bring Slitherbow and all of Rak'tika back from the brink. O Great Serpent, show us the way. Show us how we might deliver our people from certain destruction. Scree! If anyone sees that thing, they're going to kick it out of the village. Then where would we be? We have precious little time to concern ourselves with the others. What's more, the Great Serpent has blessed us with another sign of what's to come. What is it this time? Behold the scales of its belly, and you will see the scar that marked Lozadal's conquest has vanished. However, a new scar has appeared closer to its tail. The children would threaten another site of great power, and judging by the shape of the scar, I have no doubt that it's near Dyer's Wash. They must be stopped. Agreed, though I fear only one of us is actually up to the task. And are you certain about that scar? I didn't see anything of the sort on its tail. At any rate, I think it'd be for the best if you went to investigate. We've already found proof the children are up to something. It would be foolish not to press further. Perhaps the Will of the Wood will give us another sign while you're away. Scree, scree, scree! The shrill cries of the great serpent sound almost joyous. It seems hopeful for your success. This is all becoming rather strange, isn't it? Goodness knows what you'll find out there next. If the fates are kind, it won't be the children. Go quickly, Sucro, and may the Will of the Wood guide your steps. You know, I guess if you look at it sort of... Well, no, that doesn't line up with anything. I was going to say, if you really stretch your imagination, this half of the rak'tika greatwood does kind of resemble maybe a serpent of some kind, and this location is closer to the tail of said serpent. But also, the previous location was at, like, the farthest north possible, so that doesn't line up with anything. Lahi? Oh, hey, look, it's the children. Do not interfere in our work. These woods must be cleansed. Fool, you cannot stop us. Oh, hey, it's the aforementioned spiders.
Okay, I didn't get it right the first time, but I'm really going to do it this time. Ahem. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Lahi.
You did it, Callie! Well done. Lahi indeed. Applause. Well, she's defeated our spiders! Let us away, there's still work to be done. Aha. The children of the everlasting dark have escaped into the woods. Give chase that you might learn more of their schemes. It's funny to think of the children of the everlasting dark as all of their schemes involve spiders. It's just always spiders. It's funny to imagine that. The celebratory hat has faded. Is it time for more spiders? No. We've been followed. Be gone with you. Oh, also, you'll notice that the side quest scaled up to 80 because side quests scale up. Suspicious looking bag. Inside is another great serpent of Ranka, but evil. Oh no. No, not really. Ah, spiders, man. Among the children's belongings, you find a scroll detailing their plans to cleanse the forest. Oh, that's convenient. You know, at this point, I think maybe I will just teleport. Yeah, evilplans.txt. Love to find that. Very convenient for everyone involved, except for the evil planning people who planned the evil. Thank goodness you're back. Oh, I missed some dialogue, I guess. Quinfred has been praying ever since you left, though it sounds to me like an endless stream of incoherent babble. I was almost tempted to risk accompanying you. Scree! You are returned, though that is no surprise. I entreated the gods for your protection with a hymn from the Gospel of Quinfred. They could not deny my plea. Scree, scree, scree! Shadows give me strength. Sucro, were you able to find anything? Blood-soaked parchment. I guess they just write everything in blood. The text on this page outlines a plan to irreparably upset the balance of the rak'tika greatwood. A coordinated strike to cut off all flows of ether to Slitherbow. It beggars belief that they could love the forest so yet be so blind to its needs. We need no further proof of what the children are up to. We have to tell the others, defend the sites they need to befoul and destroy those magicked containers. Nod. Explaining how we came to know all this will prove difficult, of course, but I'll not see all your hard work wasted. We must also give thanks to the Great Serpent who first sensed the children's ill intent. The Divine Protector who thought us worthy vessels to carry out its work. My heart swells to know the will of the wood smiles upon us, so... Wait, where did it go? Your pet, I mean, the Great Serpent, it's gone. It was here just a moment ago. We should go look for it. Shake head. No, my friend, the Great Serpent has fulfilled its duty in protecting the Greatwood, and so it returns to slumber. Is that so? Perhaps it really was the Great Serpent. If you truly mean that, Valen, then perhaps you are ready to learn the truth of its origins. And I would start from the very beginning. It begins with a sizable crystal in Lake Tusi-Mekta, we know as the fruit of the Protector. If the legends are true, it dates back to a time preceding the Empire of Ronka. There he goes. I suspect they'll be getting an earful for the rest of the day. But I think our work here is finally done. I wish there was some way I could repay you for all your help. Though I should probably go while he's still swept up in his lectures. Take care, Sucro. Hopefully we'll meet again soon. Nod. Though this is largely an assumption based on my visions as noted in chapter 2, verse 17 in the Gospel of... Come back here, Valen. I still have to tell you about the Serpent's influence on the founding of Ronka. And here's a baguette if you want. But I'll just take the money. That was still listed as a quest that unlocks something. But what it unlocks does not seem to be readily apparent. At least not right now. Perhaps that is tied into some other quest line then. You know, that's probably tied into the, if I had to guess, I would say that's tied into the Gathering tribe quests that were added semi-recently, but I have no idea if that's the case or not. Anyway. Sucro, the guard told me you left with Master Matoya to Woven Oath. And no sooner do you return than she locks herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. Oh, okay. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me. She's safe and that's all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat there by the fire? The stew will soon be ready. When you sit by the fire, several cutscenes will play in sequence. No? Okay. But what if it said that? I should just start adding fake several cutscenes in sequence things to make everyone jump, if they're only listening. Maybe not. That's a villain's action. But it could be funny, though. Birdsong.
Strange.
Hmm?
The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer.
That's not a good sign.
We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
When you affirm that you are a cat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh no. Nod. That would happen often.
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it?
Zucro has very good hearing as well, apparently. She can hear through wooden doors.
The blessing may spare her the fate of becoming a Light Warden.
To hear people speaking within a cave that is not immediately connected to the doors.
But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. She is not as she was in the source. Though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that she has been suffused with their light.
Oh.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already. Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy. I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed, everything you claim to have seen. Did you?
Help! Someone help! The Ilmorans have come for us! We're under attack!
That's bad. Meanwhile, in Yulebor... Hey, this really is several cutscenes in sequence, in a way. At least it's several cutscenes in sequence worth of... There are several important things being established here.
Clown! Clown!
2 clowns detected. But I'm saying it, even without the warning, these are important cutscenes that have a lot of uh-oh, that doesn't seem good
Lord
kind of
Forthry,
happenings.
How good it is to see you. How long has it been? Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken. Too long, at any rate. May I say how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous.
Ha.
Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissidents people are calling Warriors of Darkness, they have slain Sin-Eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy.
Okay, so the Warriors of Darkness is being used to refer to us as a group. Got it.
And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers, so I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night. For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters, and at last they have found one. Yet you choose to stand idly by and do nothing. Why?
Why? Because this hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation. With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve.
He says as the camera pans very obviously over, like, lavish plates of food, uneaten and hoarded. Gee, I wonder if that's on purpose, camera work. Yeah, that's a very writers who use subtext are cowards kind of moment. Or more like camera people who use subtext are cowards, maybe?
Before long, they would turn to violence, then to war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king, nay, a god. I will see their dreams fulfilled, their wishes granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss. Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize what it is they truly need. Sanctuary. And they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them. That is why the Sin Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral Era.
What was that?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power. But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome. And we will, once we eliminate the Sin Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for the morrow. They care only for the now, and the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making, or even 100?
You underestimate them, Lord 4-3. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know, that their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears. These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains, and I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
A Patrick Stewart speech? I guess so. It is very good.
In summary, you will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
Oh, why do I even bother? Fools, the lot of you! So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin Eaters' defense. Insurrection will not be tolerated! The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command. And you are no exception!
Surprise!
What? How did he... Insolent swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
Vothri throwing a tantrum again. I like that summary. Thanks for inviting me to your house. You suck and I am going to destroy your house. That's pretty good. Also, this is funny because of how we've... Remember that part where Emmett Selk had an illusion that was like dispelled and then someone said something about that being disingenuous or whatever? Urianger said something, I think, after throwing a card. Well, now the Exarch is doing it. A similar prank, I suppose. Also, we've learned that Vothri can shoot an energy beam, or blast. Vothri has a projectile of some sort. That might mean something, I don't know.
I do. I presume that is your doing. If you have come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
I was thinking about Street Fighter 6, to be honest. But I don't think Vothri's going to be in that game.
You're in no position to make demands.
By Lord Vothri's decree, Rak'tika now falls under the governance of Yulmore.
You will henceforth answer to us.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness?
We have reached an accord, yes. Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the Everlasting Dark.
In his wisdom, Lord Vothri has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith. You and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed. Little wonder the Warrior of Darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Rak'tika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed Shadow at bay.
The Warrior of Darkness is here right now and she thinks you suck. Just saying.
You have accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools. Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for woven oath with all haste. We will leave you, that you may have time to prepare.
Woven oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our fate to join those zealots?
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore, and dealt with as such.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
Nod. Oh, this music. Typically associated with the Empire before. Surely there's something we can do to help the Knights Blessed, isn't there? That Yulmor has gained a foothold here in the woods bodes ill for the Knights Blessed. Nodding and bowing. The guard hath been afflicted with the most terrible and efficacious poison. We have attempted all manner of healing incantations. Alas, his condition remains unchanged. At present, we can but slow the poison's advance. I pray it will afford us sufficient time to find a cure. How fareth the young guard? The poison spread throughout his system long before he was brought here. At present, there's naught we can do but try to ease his pain. Ugh. Do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even had we reached him sooner, it would have made little difference. The children employ countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is a nigh impossible task. What of the rest of the Blessed? How have they taken the news of Yulmor's generous proposition? With anger and dismay, we cannot hope to oppose both them and the children. I considered a convocation of all of the Knights Blessed that we might consider their ultimatum, but I know how they will answer. Master Matoya, I am truly sorry. We cannot abandon our faith. But there is no reason for you to suffer for our decision. Your work is not yet done, and you still have time to flee. Flee? I am not one to run from my troubles. In fact, with Sucro's arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. The Yulmoran's presence here plainly stems from a desire to protect the Light Warden. I say we seek it out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over rak'tika, they would have no cause to remain. All of which is rather easier said than done, unless of course you finally deciphered that tablet. I have, as a matter of fact, and with it we can prepare everything we need to enter Ixmaya. What say you all? We will need to act quickly, but I believe it can be done. We cannot deny our fate, but one course lieth before us. Well, we are villains, are we not? We slay the Light Warden, or for the Knights Blessed. For the Knights Blessed. Minfilia nod. Thancred nod. Urianger nod. Good. I leave the Blessed in your capable hands, Runar. Very well. I see there's no changing your mind. By all that is dark, I swear to keep the Blessed safe. Nod. According to the tablet, we will first need to obtain a seal used to identify the allies of Ronka in times past. One such seal should be waiting for us in a complex of underwater ruins not far from here. You have some experience with subaquatic excursions, do you not? Nod. Then this should prove a simple task for you. The ruins we seek are at the bottom of Lake Tusi Mekta. While you see to that, Minfilia and I will remain here to help shore up Slitherbow's defenses. Your aid would be greatly appreciated. I really hate to leave the situation in this sort of dire state. But I also shouldn't stream for too much longer. And I don't think we could reach the conclusion of this arc very quickly. I realize there's no stopping you, so do what you must, and the Knights Blessed shall do the same. I only ask that you keep Master Matoya safe. There's no denying she's powerful, but the path she needs is plain. Where she goes, she will have need of powerful allies. That is true. Again, I'm not sure if Friday will be more of this or if it will be Street Fighter 6. So I can't be sure when we'll get back to this. Again, if only I could stream every day. There's so many things I want to stream, but I don't yet have that degree of power. I need more power. But anyway, retainers are still on. Oh no. So they won't have anything funny this time because I've just been using field explorations. Perhaps one day I will get more power. Perhaps not. Who can say, really? Well, at least we've learned, in addition to, like, making a good deal of progress, having a good deal of emotions, learning lore and facts, we've also learned that the current lag plague of Final Fantasy XIV doesn't adversely affect playing story mode stuff or story quest stuff too much. Like, sometimes I drop a double weave, but that's not too bad, at least for what I'm doing in the game at the moment. So we've learned I don't really need to worry about the lag too much, I guess. I was looking into, like, VPNs and stuff, but none of them are trustworthy to me. Because they all accept cryptocurrency as payment. And I immediately just saw that and said, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Anyway. I guess this has been Final Fantasy XIV. Paladin does have a fair number of double weaving moments, but not as many as many other character classes, jobs, whatever do. But yeah, this has been Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you all for watching. As usual, if you are interested in any links pertaining to donations or social media, you may find them at borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co. I would also greatly appreciate it if you would consider following or subscribing if you are not. I aim to stream at least 3 times a week currently, and the next stream will hopefully be Friday, if not some sort of bonus stream before then, but I can't promise anything in that regard. Hopefully Friday, probably either this or Street Fighter 6. With all that out of the way, I hope you all have a good rest of the day, rest of the week, etc. And I will see you whenever. Good night.